welcome back to TimberBorn and Badwater Ridge, and carrying on pretty much straight away from the last video. In fact, I am recording this way before you guys have even seen it to try and get a little bit ahead. I had a comment actually about these floodgates on a previous video and the fact that I should close them at the same time, and you are possibly right. I'm going to have an experiment with that next time. That may be more beneficial for keeping more water in here. I'm not sure. Yeah, quite possibly it would be better to do that. We have the water dump, so I'm not too worried. Apart from the fact that that uses up water. I was thinking long term between videos, and if we manage to get the water relatively clean, then I do like the idea of damming across here to block bad tides. If we dam it high enough, it'll just shoot it back this way or back out along here, so we might have to block this off, and then actually trying to get some sort of water storage going on in here, you know, block these off and maybe do a little bit of dynamiting, that kind of thing. Start to get into more normally how I would play TimberBorn and think about storing water. So yeah, I think there's going to be a lot more, and it's probably what TimberBorn should be about, actually. Maybe there's going to be a lot more managing water flow early on here, and yeah, I kind of like that idea. So, I mean, we're going to need some big old floodgates to block this off, but thankfully we have access to the metal floodgates, which, you know, lets us build some big old floodgates. Like, that's fine, we can do that. We could probably, with a bit of work, have a single set of floodgates out here somewhere to control both of them, and then I just kind of have to look and see where it pushes it. I mean, it could just push it back out of one of these, which would be fine for now. Long term, I'm looking forward, as I've said a couple times, to exploring more of this map, but that's a ways off yet. We need to get so that we are doing more than just barely surviving. And maybe some of that will happen this time around. So yeah, we're in a relatively long drought and working our way up here. We need to get our plank production going. So I'm wondering, is there a way we probably got one farmer there, we've got one farmer there. Maybe if we go back to one farm there, and if we do one and one, you could be paused. We've got plenty of logs, so we can pause you again, I think. Just get you to replant tree that's missing. Yeah, and you'll get some cassavas fermented as well. I think we generate more than enough power to do that with one beaver working this. But yeah, we need to get some logs or some planks going to get that done. Is set to low priority, which is okay. But yeah, if we can get this done, it would be really nice if we could get this at least part done this cycle. Then most of this is obviously logs, which is fine. I'm wondering if maybe it's worth putting in. I've got the site, and I really like the tiny piles, or do we just go medium? Yeah, let's go. I wonder whether we should. We are going to put a medium pile or logs up here, so we can maybe build this a bit quicker. We can grow our population a bit. And yeah, so that tree the trees are all replanted, so you can be paused. And we can maybe get some cassavas going as well, because you're generating a little bit of spare power. Everything will run a bit slower, but that's okay. Yeah. And I think occasionally we're going to have the odd spare beaver as the water dumps turn on and off. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to unpause one of those, but have it as a low priority job, so that they take up the spare beaverage, I think. So we seem to have two, so maybe we have like that. I think we do that. Yeah. I think that will be okay. And I kind of like to have like one beaver definitely in here and then one beaver maybe in here, but I don't think that's going to work with using the prioritization. So yeah. But once they've processed a bunch of the cassavas, I'll pause this again and maybe we'll put him in the plank production. Them in the plank production. Yeah. Currently we've got 3 builders, 2 haulers, and again the idea being that the haulers will move the supplies they need to here, so the builders can hopefully get a bit more done in a work day. That's the intent. And maybe we'll set another one of those to be demolished. We'll set those to be demolished as well. I'd left them originally to try and protect some of this land from bad tide, but that's irrelevant now, so we may as well start working on tidying those up. And yeah, and kind of like, it would be kind of cool if we get a cleaner water supply to block some of this off. It's going to dry really quickly, but if we can get dynamite and metal going, then who knows, we will be much better off. This is staying at an okay depth for the farming that we need, so we don't need to adjust that. Likewise over here, and this guy is just being kept mega busy between the mangroves and the... You can't quite get to all of the blueberries, so maybe we should think about having a second one up here for when we've got more beaver power. We'll put it to be a super low priority workplace for now, just to manage that. And yeah, I think we'll speed up to triple speed, and hopefully that way some of these young beavers will grow up. I think once the population hits about 30, I'll drop down to 2 breeding pods, see how it stabilizes at 2 breeding pods, and kind of try and optimize from there. I think for now 30 beavers would be good. It'll allow us a lot of flexibility. I think we'll see. We might need more pumping capacity with 30 beavers, but you know, we can work with that. I might actually, based on that, I'm kind of pondering, because it's only logs, isn't it? It's only 12 logs. I'm kind of pondering just throwing in a couple more over here, just to have them, you know, just to have them. I've never needed to build so many water pumps so early on, but and I think, and I did say we would go for metal, but the other thing that we need to do once we are up here and we've got this going in, because this is just logs, as I said, apart from the 2 staircases, this is just logs, is maybe we get some gear production going again and we start replacing some of these with the larger tanks so we can store more water and get to the point where we are not constantly running out of water. That would be nice. That would be nice. We'll get some of these trees replanted. We have got pine resin available, but I don't want to get the tapper shack built yet. That will be coming soon. Coming soon trademark. We are up here. Awesome. So let's make building that a priority. So we no longer need to worry about these. In fact, I'm going to get them to empty that one and that one, I think. And if we get this built, we will have that prioritized by haulers. That one maybe is just worth having normally, I think. That one we will destroy. So yeah, let's get this thrown in. And while they're doing that, because as I said, that is just logs, can we spare, we can't spare a beaver yet to put in here, but what I'm going to do is delete 2 of those. I was going to water for water tanks. I don't know why. Actually, let's delete 2 from this end, and we'll start building them from this end. And am I? Yep. Start replacing the small water tanks with larger water tanks. And as beavers start to grow up, we'll get some gear production and some more power production going on. And that'll be good. I think this is going to go in really quickly. As you can see already, it's already going in. With haulers bringing over the logs now, they can build all of this except that staircase with just logs. So yeah, that's going to be pretty awesome. We've got loads of logs we can cut down if we run out. Yeah, just need beavers to grow on up, and it'll be good. 300 water left and 3 days, so I think we're okay on the water front. And yeah, you can just see it's just backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards. It is prioritized, and then they've got to go get whatever they need, you know, like food or water or whatever. But we might not get this finished before the drought. Or the drought ends, but we're going to get a long way through it, I think. Which is very cool, very exciting. So we were, what, 18% contamination last time, I think. Going to be really interesting to see where that ends up this time. We could do with fermenting some cassavas again. So let's grab someone from somewhere to do that job. And maybe we need to drop down to 2 beavers doing that for now. You can be paused for now, not too worried. We've got enough beavers to keep the breeding pods going. We do need to up our storage of food, and I'm thinking about we either start moving the storage into an area we're not hydrating, or we start stacking it up here, or we put a layer behind. I'm not sure which yet, but maybe over here actually. Probably want to stick, I could just go over here actually, stick with medium warehouses for now, but we are full on cassavas. So these would be set to supply. We look for, oh, that's cassavas, kohlrabies, sorry. Make a bit more storage over there. 1.9 days to go. They are flying through that job. We're down to 112. So I am going to pause those, because we seem to be using water at quite a high rate. There's there's 1/4 of a meter in there, and there's 0.4 of a meter in there. So I think we'll be okay. I think we'll be okay. Probably what I should do is adjust this to be a bit higher in general. When it's used. Yep. But for now, it's going to be paused. If it dries out, it dries out. We've got plenty of food, so I'm not too worried. We have 2 spare beavers, so what do we want them doing? Probably more. Oh, no, we want... I'll put 1 more in there, and we're going to get one of you making gears. That seems like a sensible idea at the moment, because we need gears to make the water tank. And yep, so we're up to 24, back up to 24 beavers. So once the next wave come out of the pods, I'll start to slow them down a little bit. What I might do is try and monitor them and pause them when they are close to being almost ready. I think that seems kind of sensible. The other thing is we should probably start cycling the trees down here. So as we get some spare beavers, we'll get some of the lumberjacks over here going. It would be good to have you going once there's some spare beaverage as well. Yeah. Really nice if some of these young beavers grew up in time for the drought to end. And we're not going to get this finished for the drought to end, but we should get it done somewhat soon after, hopefully. Should be good. We've got 20 planks left. That's going to make us 20 gears, which will make us 1 more of these. Kind of cool. How are these guys doing for power? They're a little bit down. Okay, we could probably pause you. And I think we'll put the 2 spare beavers into building actually and try and focus on getting this building work done. Any more probably would be good to put into hauling actually. Yeah. Yep. So they have quite a long way to go. We want another 4 really. Yes. Still quite a long way to go on that front, but we are almost through the drought. There's still plenty of water in both of those, so that's cool. At some point I'm going to replace this so we get rid of all of the flashing alerts, and the same over here. But at the moment we need to prioritize where our resources go, and they are going into building this. So we have, we're about halfway. We're about halfway through building that. We've got the logs, which is great. We still have water left, which is really nice. Finishing the drought, we are now going to need to reprioritize where all of our beavers are working as we come to the point where we need to pump a ton of water again. Right. Yep. And as I'm hoping that as we clean up the water, never ever have so many water pumps for such a small colony. Yeah. You know, not complaining, just explaining. And if you're not a fan of Farm Sim, that won't mean anything to you if you are quoting the legendary Mr. CDP. So here comes our water. You see it has a whole load of different places that it goes. And we could do with blocking up some of this stuff. We could do with blocking up this stuff. Yeah. And And we will work towards all of that. But there's, you know, so many things to prioritize. But the more that we block up, the faster we will get water. Yeah. Basically, and how would we get to there? We'd have to kind of, yeah, I don't know yet. But we will work it out as we have 5 water left. We're going to be a bit thirsty at the end of this one. 26 beavers. So we are, this wave is going to be getting us where we want to be, which is cool. How are we doing on our water tank? Very slowly, very slowly. I guess because mainly they're prioritizing doing this job. And probably what I should do is actually tell them. And we don't really need to prioritize that. Oh, we did want to prioritize, yeah, because we want to do both of these jobs. We want to get across here. And I'm not going to worry about this stuff because you need to get down on to it to destroy it. What I'm thinking is that we will instead do something like that. And I think probably once those are built, we will be able to build both of those from above. I believe. So day 1 of drought over, out of water, but here comes water and it should be drinkable water, which is nice. And I guess actually I'm just going to pause a second because we will see now all of the other places. So it's running out of here, running out of here. It's getting bad water mixed in here, running out of here. It's flowing down here. And that gets to us eventually, I guess. So, yeah, you can see there's all sorts of different places it's going. We don't really want it to be going to. So, let's think worker-wise. We have 1 worker there. That's fine. We need to undisable that. That one can stay that way. We have, we'll go down to 1 hauler. We'll go down to 2 builders. You will be paused. We need to keep doing that. You will be paused. And we have 4 spare. Okay. Plus we've got those 2 built. Awesome. So actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to pause those and we're going to unpause those ones because they're closer. So everyone's a bit thirsty, but here comes water and it is 23% contaminated water. So we can let it through into the farming area as well. I'm going to actually keep that one at half. We'll just filter it through that way. And yep, we're up to 27 beavers. So we will let these breeding pods, that'll be 28, 29, 30, and then we'll just let those 2 do their thing. So, yep, that's my plan. We've got 2 more stacks. Actually, we don't need to go quite as high as I thought. Yeah, we don't need to go quite as high as I thought, so we could save ourselves a bit of work, but we would need to do something to get over this anyway, so I think we just build those anyway. We've got a spare beaver. You're going to haul, actually, because I think that's quite important with what we're trying to get done. Yep, we want some hauling going on. I am kind of curious if we can have contamination as well as level set so that it would dump water in here if the contamination was too high. We'll see. So 27 beavers. You're about to come out. You're about to come out. 28. Yeah, so we'll let those all come through. So as soon as you come out, actually, we want to let them almost complete the cycle as well. Yeah. Let's get that a bit of priority to get it finished. And yeah, we probably are going to need to do what I did before and get most beavers focused. Almost, you don't need to be. Yeah, let's go much heavier on pumping the water. Got a spare beaver, so we've got, and we haven't got enough gears to finish that, but we can make them from the planks that we've got, so that'll work. That will work. Yeah, we need to get a lot of water pumped, so let's do that. Probably it's under storage, not water. I remembered this time. Let's throw some small water tanks here, set to supply. Yeah, they'll eventually get to building those. That's almost built. It's going to hopefully push our water capacity up rather nicely. Once they get the next few of these built, we should see an improvement in our water supply, because the water coming through there is quite clean. The water coming from this is not because of that, so that's got to be our next target then, if we're going to look at cleaning water up. But it's more complex, as I said, because we need to block here, open this up to divert the bad water through here, block this to send the bad water this way, then block this and this and send the bad water through this. So yeah, a bit more complex, but we'll get it done. We'll get it done. Now we are getting close to the point where we are going to shut this guy off. So I almost want to put them on an all-night to get that done, but I'm not going to, because I am a cruel beaver overlord. So 28 beavers. Let's just look at our status. So we're going to keep these two going. 29 beavers. I'm guessing you've just put one out. So I'm going to pause that one and that one, and we will let that one keep going. We are 3 days from a drought with not as much water as I would like, though. With 3 days to go, I think we pause that. I'm going to, we've got a decent amount. I'm going to pause that, and that should have freed up 3 beavers. So let's get 3 more water pumps online. See if we can get ourselves a bit more positive on water level. Let's get, if we can get a bit more water going through here as well. Yeah, I'm very tempted to close the building, but I would really like to see the effect of having this finished. So we are not going to do that yet, as much as I would like to. We're nowhere near where I want to be with the water, but if we close this off and the contamination goes down a lot, I'm wondering if the water pumping is going to improve a lot. So yeah, Kind of my thought. Kind of my thought. So we have a spare beaver. So actually you could pump there, couldn't you? Yep. So we are up to 29. We will just go to the 2 breeding pods running, I think, for now. It'd be really nice if you finished this one and we had a couple of days of what should be relatively clean water. I think there's only then 1 bad water source contributing to this versus the 5 that we had originally. So, you know, hopefully going to make a decent difference. We're still generating a decent amount of power, not using any of it at the moment, but you know, we can worry about building stuff. Oh, come on. You couldn't have finished building it before you went to bed. Oh well. We actually almost filled our housing, so yeah, that's a thing. That's a thing. I'm now you worried about water supply. You know, it is what it is, isn't it? It is what it is. There we go. So that should now send the bad water. Well, I'm not sure it will because this is coming down. So I think we do still need to build this one, but it should be cleaner, I think. If we keep an eye on it, there's a bit of difference because there's this bump here and this side is a bit cleaner and it's being pushed out that way. So, you know, that's a thing. That's a thing. But we're 1% cleaner, but also we do now have as many, not quite, yep, we now have as many beavers pumping water as I can. So we should see some pretty dramatic increases in that. I'm going to pause those and we're going to put 2 more into hauling. Get water shifted around as much as possible. Get you prioritized by haulers. You 3 are prioritized by haulers as well. Let's try and keep the water tanks working. Yeah, you can see that. So I was right in what I did. Hopefully that will be enough to get it over this ridge. Did need this one. He's bringing the last 2 logs, but they are going to go to sleep then. So I'm afraid there's a 24-hour working day coming, beavers. We need a few planks. How many do we need? We need 8 planks. So we do need planks. So we need an more plank because getting this blocked off would be good. Although we're not going to get it done before the drought. So actually, let's not worry, I guess. Actually, no, we need more than that. So that's a job for the next cycle. But yeah. No sleep until the drought hits and all of the water supply is refilled. We can potentially hold, we're not even storing half of the water that we can hold. So yeah. Population is not getting up to where I would like it. So we're going to unpause 1 more and we are going to build another lodge. We're going to have a lot of rebuilding work to do once things are sorted. So, yep, now it's blocked. Now it's going back out that way. Brilliant. So now how does it look? Still 18%, but hopefully it will improve. 17%. Water is nowhere near where I would like it to be. Nowhere near. But actually we need to close both of these up. Ready for the incoming drought. Yeah, nowhere near the amount of water I would like to have. I think probably our next thing, depending on how we get through this cycle of drought, is to, hopefully it's not too long, is to start building water tanks near all of the water pumps so that they can be more efficient. I think that's going to be really important for helping out the efficiency of all of the water pumping stuff. So let's look at giving each water tank access to some storage of some description. And yeah, incoming drought. So let's go back to an 18-hour working day. We got that done. So yeah, drought started. 1100 water, 17-day drought with 30 beavers. I'm not confident. Let's do the maths very quickly. So 2.5 times 30 times 17 is 1.275. We do not have enough water. Let's hope they can keep pumping for a bit. Hopefully the ones down here can pump for long enough that we get something useful. I think there's going to be benefit in putting a couple of bigger water storage tanks down here. And yeah, getting all of that stuff built. And yeah, you need to be paused. We don't want to be pumping water out of that area. Well, we wouldn't be dumping water. That would be silly. Let's get those few berries picked. Start cutting down trees again. Yeah. So things are going to be sketchy. Still. Did I grow too fast? So we have 8 spare beavers now. So let's get all of the farming going again. Get this food all harvested. Got a couple of builders going. Let's get 3 builders going. We've got 4 haulers. That seems a bit excessive. Let's have 3. Let's have someone cutting down trees over here again. Yeah. And so those are all set to supply, which is good. Hopefully we can, technically we've just about got enough water, nearly, apart from the fact that we dump water. So I guess the internal debate I've got to have is I think we might need to turn this off. We're going to set you to harvest. I'm going to build more storage over here for food. That's empty, so we'll make that cassavas as well. Yeah. I think we're going to maybe let this area dry out a bit and do the slightly cheaty tactic of just splashing water in to keep stuff alive. And just try and drag out our water supply as much as possible until, yeah, just do that. Basically, we have 2 spare beavers, so let's get a little bit of science going on. Do that. Hopefully they will get around to building the house soon. Let's go around and set all of our new water tanks to be water. That would be a good idea. And I want to set all of them to be supply. The idea being that water is taken from them to the that's already set. Water supply, it's taken from the areas where the pumps are to the main water storage area. So you're going to be water supply, you're going to be water supply. They're still pumping at 15.5 days, which is great. So we'll redo the maths when these out. So right now, to pause, and then we can redistribute these beavers as well. So let's do our sums again very quickly. So we are 31 beavers. I think it's about 2.5 water a day times, let's go 16, 1,240. So yeah, pretty much spot on with our water. And we've got this water dump, which is going to use some. So it's going to be a bit touch and go, but I don't want to let this one dry out really. Yeah. Going to be a bit touch and go. We might end up a bit short. So what I'm going to do actually is pause the breeding pods for now. They're all, I think, queued up reasonably quickly to turn beavers out. We've got 7 spare beavers now, so let's make use of them, I guess. Get a bunch of building going on. Get a bunch of lumber being cut. We've still got 3 spare, so let's put a couple in there and make some planks, I guess. And actually, let's go 1 and let's have some cassava fermenting going on. Things are still far from optimal. They are far from optimal, but you know, kind of is what it is at the moment. We will keep improving slowly. We will keep improving slowly. We probably don't need the birch trees anymore. I think we can replace those with oaks now, with how the oaks are pretty well up the way they are. And I could just massively adjust the settings in this so that it just splashes bits of water, but I'm just going to keep an eye on it myself and manually manage things as we go through this slightly sketchy dry season. So let's get a bit more science going on as well. We could do with topping that up. We are going to actually need research points at some point. So yeah, something we will need. And poor lonely beaver. We'll get a bunch of these trees chopped down, and then we'll shift some of the beavers over to making some gears as well. Building wise, are cool. We're getting to doing this, which is great. We probably have enough logs over here now. I think need 25 logs. There are 21 over here. Yeah, probably that will be okay. And that's just going to speed up getting logs to where... Actually, that one doesn't need to be there, does it? It's just that one. Yeah, just that one will do it. Alright. Cool. And hopefully that should be okay once the stairs are in. That shouldn't be too far from a district centre. And I think then maybe while I guess we've got quite a lot of building to do actually. All these random water tanks that I've thrown in. I actually feel like I'm waiting to trigger someone with how many water pumps I'm building. But having them down here, and again, Bill, brilliant idea. Really helping extend our water survivability. So having a whole load down here, I think is just going to help that a little bit more. A little bit more. We couldn't quite do what I wanted to do in terms of that survivability. So with how hard this map is, doing what I need to do to make it so hopefully we keep surviving. Yeah. But actually what we're also going to do is just litter this with small water tanks. Which is a whole load of clicking for me to set them to be water. But is obviously easier on the production of materials because we can cut down logs pretty easily, but we don't have to process them into gears and planks. So yeah, while we've got a relatively long drought where we can have a decent number of beavers building, I feel like this is it's not a sensible thing to do at all, is it? Still got a gap through the middle to get to the metal when we want to do metal work, which is coming soon. Trademark. And Delo prioritize that so they can get that done. Is still at a quarter of a meter, so that's okay. They're still working on things. I paused all of the breeding pods so that we didn't get more beavers. That's okay. That's in. Awesome. So that should block off that leak. So let's get all of this stuff built. And then the next thing that I want to build is a causeway. And I did say I was going to cheese it, didn't I? But I don't think we will. Because all of those alerts will drive me slightly crazy. So did I really build a path underneath it? I did. We're going to come across here like that. So yep, and that will start to dictate that we rework this area very soon, which is fine. Fine. Kind of tempted to take haulers away and do so that we've got a little bit more going on with our gears. It's definitely the hardest map I have played in TimberBorn. But you need to be set to be Vassar. Then yeah, I'm hoping that just by surrounding these pumps with water tanks that are set to supply that the guys pumping water will just be able to quickly dump water into those rather than having to go to the main water storage areas, and the haulers will just keep these things empty enough. Yeah, that's kind of the theory, and it'll give us pretty huge storage capacity. So yeah, but as we are mostly just watching stuff happen again, I'm going to speed time up and I will come back soon. Okay, we're back. Things are not looking super rosy. We have 3 days left and 56 water. Yep, things are not super rosy at all. I've paused both water dumps, and so everything's dried out. The crops are being harvested. We've got plenty of food. Not worried about that. More worried about the fact that we've basically got 4 days to get through, and we're going to have no water left by the end of today. So yeah, that's kind of not great. And when I say kind of, I mean really not great. So we do have some breeding pods which are pretty much queued up to reduce beavers. So yeah, hopefully some survive and we can keep going. This wouldn't be an episode of Badwater Ridge without minor peril. What have I done in the meantime? So all of the water pumps are built. Most of the mini water tanks are built. Some more storage is built, and that's pretty much it really. Yeah, we are not in a brilliant place yet again, so we are out of water. We have 3 days to go. I think beavers can survive 3 days without water. And when I say we have 3 days to go, because I think it takes us about, there's water there. Water sat there. But anyway, we can easily get to that and pump it out. Got planks. This is kind of stupid, but as the old saying goes, if it's stupid but it works, it's not stupid. 24-hour workday. High priority. We have logs stored here. We've got planks. We've got 4 builders. Let's see if we can do something to rescue this situation. I've literally just spotted this. There's not a lot there. It may all evaporate before we even get to it. In fact, I've built them in the wrong freaking place. So that water pumps. 1, 2. Can you tell I'm panicking a bit? So, high priority. And ideally we'd take a shorter route, but I think that's the least building. So Yep. This may not get built before things flood, but we might as well try. We might as well try. Because everyone's going to be thirsty. So, you know what? If we can get something, that's going to help. Yeah. We really need to sort some sort of water solution out that's better than what we have at the moment. And we could leave these here. We could leave these in here flooded. They're not going to get those built before they are underwater, are they? No. Let's not bother. I don't think, with 0.4 of a day left. We'll leave them there for next time. We are just going to have to suck it up and be ready for badness. So these may as well be fully open. We are 5 beavers short. Let's pause you and see how we get on. And I'm going to unpause the breeding pods that are nearly done, so they churn out some beavers for us. And we'll see how we do, because our freshwater supply is all the way back here. And it takes a while to get to us. You know, we need to block that hole up. Getting to that might not be too difficult, actually. Getting to that might not be too difficult. It takes such a meandering route. I'm going to pause you. That's freed up 3 more beavers. So let's get some beavers hauling, shall we? And let's slow down the gameplay now and see if we can rehydrate all our beavers. Oh. Got plenty of food. Food was never really a problem. And it looks like a bunch of the trees. I didn't keep an eye on this, and so a bunch of the trees have died. That's, again, I'm not massively worried about that. These will start replanting. Go super slow because I think I need to reset this guy. Yeah. Right, 0.6, 0.4, there we go. You do that too. Set that to half. Yes, we've got all of these for when we need well, we kind of need it now, don't we? Extra water pumping capacity. Yeah, I don't know what the solution is on here to solving the water crisis. I would really welcome your feedback on how we stockpile water, and maybe I don't think damming this up would particularly help because it will just run elsewhere. Maybe in the long term, maybe if we could get water stored in here. Yeah. So, guessing the builders are starting to work on these. Yep, they are. Oh, I fired up all of the breeding pods. May have been a dumb move, but basically I want to have as many beavers pumping water as I can. So it can be paused for now because we actually have the ability to store a ridiculous amount of water. We just aren't using enough of it. So yeah, we've got 2 builders, we've got 4 of those. So I do wonder about damming across here, but you can guarantee as soon as we do it, we're going to get bad tide. So my thought is that maybe we want to get to here, block this. So do that. We could come along there. We can actually get to that without any more construction, can't we? We just need to get a path through the mess. So let's see if we can do that. There we go. Can we get around this? We cannot. So let's demolish you. That's a high priority. Trying to think of all of the things that we need to do to keep improving the quality of the water supply, because once we've done that, we can then think about, I don't know what we can think about, whilst trying to get to metal so we can get to explosives. 14 water. How do we only have 14? Because we're running on single time, I guess. Right, we've got 32 beavers. You're fermenting cassavas. We can have 1 doing planks. You need to replant all of the stuff. You can be a single farmer replanting that. You're doing that job. If you are replanting that, you only need to be a single farmer. You need to be in there. All of the science is paused. We don't necessarily need 4 haulers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We've got 8 beavers pumping water. And we're on day 9 beavers pumping water. We're on day 3 and we still have basically no water. 10 beavers pumping water. So basically every beaver, every extra beaver that we get is going to be a water pumper at this rate. That's a half. If we put that up to a half, I think we might be running this and we really shouldn't be. I think we want to have that set so that it's, so that it's staying below the level that the natural water fills it, because these things seem to really burn through water. So yeah, another one free. Guess what? You pump water. Yep, that tree got destroyed. So let's keep going. I think we can get through there. Yep, get through there. We can get all the way through there, so that piece can go. And across here. 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 here, it would probably make sense to cut the lumber that we need over here. And not that any of this makes sense, because it's going to take a beaver probably half a freaking lifetime to get over here. But there we go. And we will do lumberjack flag. Cut trees. Cut all these down, please. High priority on that and on the workplace. And yeah, we get that in, that will save us some of our clean water, and we then get to here as well, which is good. And we can start thinking about some of the other things that we need to do, like probably starting to destroy this natural barrier one block at a time. So that's going in. That's going to be a high priority workplace. Once that's almost full of logs, I'll then prioritize this, because that'll hold 20 logs, which is enough to build one of those. So, yeah. Water supply is up to 200, which still isn't great. Let's pause you. We have another one. It's almost like our water tanks are leaking. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous the amount of water that we seem to use on here. I don't get it at all. I don't get it. But, you know, not a lot we can do about it. Apart from what we're doing, which is just having insane numbers of beavers pumping water and trying to store as much as we can. So, yeah, that's what we're going to keep doing. And working on improving the quality of the water supply and the speed that the water supply appears at and all that kind of thing. So, yeah. As I said, the next one is to try and... I think we're going to have to try and divert this out this way. Yeah. So keep our water supply clean. And actually, I wonder, it's probably not going to let us because we can't path over that. So, yeah. Let's give that a bit of priority and see if they'll start building it, I guess. Yeah, this is all going to get quite complicated trying to divert this out unless we just get explosives and send it off the side of the map. Which we could do. That might be a better option. We are working towards metal, which is the key to explosives, so... And the other alternative is we do just dam this up a bit to hold some water in. And there is a reasonable drop on this, so maybe that would work. I don't know. I just don't know. It feels like the whole thing is just a battle to survive at the moment, constantly. And it doesn't feel like we're making any progress at all. I'm pretty sure that's the intent. I'm pretty sure that's the intent. But hey, we'll keep going. We shall persevere. Yeah. I do wonder about dynamiting a channel through here and just blocking this off rather than trying to do some complicated diversion through all of this. But really, the initial, right, you can go. Yeah, that's got that done. So the last one is this one. The last one for now, that one, which, because this is clean water, we could just drop into here unless we get bad tide. And come across here. And eventually we might want these to not be levees, but, you know, for now, having them as levees probably the way to go. We just need to be careful that if we get a bad tide before we get this done, that we stop them doing it, because otherwise we'll get more contaminated beavers. So 800 water. Oh, we're still on a 24-hour workday. No wonder things are bad. I bet you've all been shouting at the screen about that. We only have a bad tide approaching, so we are not going to pursue this construction project. Yeah, that's why they're probably all exhausted. First, sleep. Somehow they've got sleep. I don't know how, but yeah. Oh well. That's my bad. Hopefully things will start improving. That's probably why the breeding pods were shutting down, because no one was getting any rest. We've got a decent supply of planks, so you can be paused for a bit. Because guess what? More water pumping. Because we really need to have like 2,000 water stored, and we just do not. And yeah. These are all, even though I've put water tanks next to them, their productivity is just awful. Just awful. But that's because they're exhausted. Whether it's because they don't have food nearby. Don't know. This is like the hardest game of TimberBorn I think I have ever played. We're not going to be making use of these, obviously, this time. Nope. But I am kind of wondering if we could make a bit of a water store in here when we don't have bad time. We've got to survive again. Things are going up, but nowhere near as much as I would like, as always. I think we need to push population a bit so we can just have even more of the population. I'm assuming that a beaver pumps more water than it drinks. Maybe that's a big assumption on here. I mean, our water supply is now only 13% contaminated, which compared to what it was originally is much better. Much better. We've got a good food supply, you know, we've got a good, with the unfermented cassavas, we've got a good couple of thousand food stored, so that's pretty solid. Yeah, I just feel a bit of a loss on here for making headway. And so I've recorded a couple of videos back to back, which may not be the best idea sometimes, but yeah, I just feel a bit of a loss for making headway. I do wonder, it's quite deep there, whether we should be trying to store water up here. I want to get to metal to get explosives going, I think. So we're going to need to redesign this area to be more industrialized soon. And maybe we look at that. We get explosives. I am going to seal this off and shoot this off the back. You might as well be paused because you were only unpaused to support doing this, but with a bad tide coming, we can't. So, yep. But yeah, I think that's a better option. If we can get metal and explosives going, we'll do that. So I should stop soon, but I really, really want to see A, how long this bad tide is, and then B, whether we can make it through it or not. I don't want to leave on a cliffhanger, but I also know this recording has already got quite long. So, yeah. I'm tempted to push another 24-hour work day, depending on the state of the beavers. And they're hungry, but that just means they need to get food as they go past something. But their sleep's good. So, yeah, I think we are... Someone reminded me to turn it back down. We're going to push through the night until the bad tide hit. See if we can get up to, you know... It's weird, it says we've got 1,500, but actually we've got 1,300. I hate rounding. I guess that's why maybe the water's dropping faster than I think sometimes, because the game lies to me. Lies, I tell you. Yeah. But at some point the contamination will start to rise, which kind of sucks. But what I'm going to do actually is we're going to pause the two builders for now. We're going to throw them into water pumps as well. I'm going to pause you, and you're going to haul. And yeah, we'll see if that gives us even bigger boosts of waterness. A word? It's a word. You could both be paused and could pump water as well. And we could just try and do all of the water pumping. It feels just frustrating. I'm just finding it frustrating at the moment. There's going to be something which unlocks this map. There's going to be something. I just don't know what it is. Maybe sorting this out so that the water coming in is pretty much clean will fix it. I don't know. And once we get to that state, I feel like we need to start thinking about dams and storing water and reservoirs and that kind of thing. Because at the moment we're still reliant on, we pump when it's temperate, and in hard mode then everything's, you know, the droughts are so long, the temperate seasons are so short. Oh, pause. I almost forgot to close these up, so let's do that. Yep. Sorry I sound so negative, I'm just getting a bit frustrated. 2,000 water. That's slightly better. How long's this drought going to be? Let's go down to a 16-hour working day. Well, not drought, bad tide. Let's have a look. It is going to be... It shouldn't affect us too much this time, but, you know, famous last words and all that. Going to be... Come on, 16 days. With 36 beavers times 2.5, 900 times 16, 1,400. So we've got about 400 leeway on top of what we can pump still. So yeah, we might be okay. We might be okay. I'm going to keep as many beavers as I can focused on water pumping until we get to a point where this is too high. And the fact that we get a day or so the other side to pump water is good, but it doesn't feel like we're making progress. We spend all of our resources on pumping water. We've now got access to scrap metal, so let's at least unlock the scavenger flag. We'll put a scavenger flag there. We'll give them a small industrial pile. And then we'll put a large industrial pile there. And that feels like we've made a little bit of progress. We don't have any beaver power to put in it, but you know, I feel this is going to start ramping up very quickly. Yeah. We'll pause this at some point soon. Why are you... no, we don't need you on obtain anymore. I wish you could get resources out of destroying these barriers. That would be cool. 50%. Or 2.3 with 50, not 2.3. 2.1. Why round so much? It's 2.1. Yes, I think we're going to ease up on board pumping now. I don't know if these will be running any more effectively. We probably need to get some farming done now, so get you working. Let's get you working. I'm back and I've lost track of my train of thought, which is probably good because it wasn't particularly positive. So yeah, these guys are just about scraping water out, so we're going to leave them to keep scraping. They're going incredibly slowly, so yeah, let's pause all of those now. Let's slow time down so we can redistribute them. Let's get building going again. Let's get those berries picked. They're being replanted, which is good. All the farming's going. That's going. We could probably do with having some science running. Get you going as well. We probably could do with, let's get another hauler going. They're all set to obtain. Let's build another big water tank over here. Make sure I put it the right way around so I don't build it twice. Obtain. Yeah. I guess now we could build the tapper's shack as well. We actually have the resources to do it. Now you're full anyway, it doesn't really matter, does it? And I think we might call it a day there. So what I need to do next time is we need to get metal going. So we need to unlock the smelter, which is 300. We have most of the resources to build that actually, which is cool. So we're putting that somewhere over here. We've got plenty of power, so that's not a problem. Then we're going to unlock the explosives factory, and we are going to be sealing this off and sending the bad water from it out this way. I think we can probably, with minimal risk at the moment, just send it off and into this area, and that'll be a problem for future me to deal with. The alternative would be to come along here and drop it into this, which might be better. The important thing is going to be getting the right amount. So probably I will, I need to be careful with that. And then we want to get that blocked off. And that should give us and we need that one blocked off. So you need to work on getting to there as well. So there's a bit more building to do around the back here. That should give us a clean water supply coming in to here, which then means we can think about feeding this off. And probably what I'll do is maybe do it so that we can seal part of it so that it's bad tide proof. I don't know yet. We'll see. And we could replace these with floodgates. So when we get bad tide, we can send it that way, and we can maybe protect a chunk of this from bad tide. Maybe we put floodgates here and here, so this can fill up with water. I don't know. But yeah, I'm just moderately cheesed off with having to have like what feels like the majority of our population pumping water. I mean, we're at the point now where we've got 39 beavers, so 97 water a day, 15 days left, 1400 water. So yeah, we should be good to get through the drought or the bad tide, barring the fact that we use water to keep these hydrated. I mean, I guess it would be interesting if we could divert some of the clean water to come out of here, and we could store it in here. Again, with explosives, we can do that. So I think the key for the next one is going to be explosives. Welcome back to TimberBorn and episode I have no idea, because it's the end of a relatively long workday. I'm recording on my laptop, so hopefully the laptop noise is not too bad. We will see. We're at the start of a relatively long bad tide, but for a change we actually have water thanks to the extra water pumps that we installed. And last time we also got in the scavenger flag, so we're starting to get metal. So what I would like to do today is two things. This might be a really long episode, it might not be, it depends how things go. So what we want to do is we're going to delete this. That's step numero uno. And we will need some more storage to recover all of these logs, but we will be using them, so that's okay. We need to unlock the smelter, so let's do that. And I'm going to put the entrance to it that side. I think we're pretty good power wise. I mean, we're generating like 1500 HP, so I think that's probably not too shabby, you know. And I'm going to leave those storages there, and I'm actually also going to put an extra fermenter, because we're not really gaining much on the old fermented cassava front. So we're going to chuck another fermenter there. Hopefully, as we improve things, we will then start to improve a whole bunch of stuff. And by a whole bunch of stuff, what do I mean? Well, I'm kind of rambling. I've done a little bit of testing in the background on some things. There were some things that people asked, some things that I were told, and so I wanted to check a couple of things. So I was told that the reason the productivity of these was showing so low was purely because of the amount of time the pumpers were spending away from the pump delivering water. Someone also asked about the fact that these pumps pump and filter water, so can they filter bad water? And also the question about the small tanks. And so I'm, as I've said a few times, I'm a few videos ahead. So the small tanks thing, definitely agreed with, or having tanks close by. So I did spam those in a recent video, as you will have seen. Let's get the game going a little bit faster so we can actually get to daylight so we can see. So I've done some testing with the bad water pumps, and we have a spare beaver, so I'm going to, or with the water pump, so I'm going to unpause it and show you, because there is no water in this currently. And what I've seen is that actually the productivity is a combination of the purity of the water. So at the moment, this stuff is 99% contaminated grade A bad water. So that means there is a tiny amount of actual water in there. So we might see very slowly this guy pumping water, but that means that what you'll see is the productivity of this thing, even though it's empty, so you would think the productivity would be 100%. It's not going to go anywhere else. It's actually incredibly low. So yes, I could have some beavers pumping water, and they would very slowly produce a tiny amount of water. But I don't think that's a good, given how short we are of labor, I don't think that's a good use. They're probably going to try and prove me wrong now and show me that they get really good productivity. But, you know, if they do that, beavers, I hate you. But you can see how slowly the percentage here is going up. And this is to produce one water, and it should be doing that every third of an hour. And we've gone through a pretty substantial amount of the day, and it's not produced a single water. So yeah, and maybe the productivity rating is sort of right, I'm not sure, but either way, the amount of water that's produced is incredibly low. So we're not going to do that, and I think it's a combination of both from what I've seen. So yeah, anywho, scrap metal is the aim of the game today. This guy, let's just make sure, yeah, it's going to keep water at a pretty low level, but an okay level. So the other thing I did want to test whether we could do contamination at the same time, and I would unpause if the contamination, because we're at 14% at the moment, so if I did unpause if the contamination, they're fighting each other. So I'm going to not do that, actually. I'm going to not do that because one's trying to pause it and the other's trying to unpause it. So let's not have them fight. Yeah, so I have a few things I want to fix in this episode, potentially, which is why I said it might be very, very long. The first one, we're going to get metal done, and then we're going to get explosives. So I'm actually going to place down straight next, because we have got the science to put down the explosives factory. We obviously need to produce the metal to be able to make the explosives. And what we're going to do is I'm going to come out and to here, and then we'll use this space in the middle to put some storage. So I want to get explosives in this video, if I can. That means we need to be pumping bad water. And once the bad tide is over, that means we probably want to either be going up here. That's a distance of 131. We didn't quite need to go all of that way. Or we want to go up here. And so I'm going to throw in a cheeky little pile. And will that tell me without it being built? I don't think it will. So basically, let's do a warehouse because that's even less. Yes, it will. So that's 99. So we're going to throw in a bad water pump up here. Hopefully, we do have enough. So we need to get metal to be able to pump that. And bearing in mind that if we get a drought, then we'll have fun with this. Probably we want to at least come out so that the pump can extract from the slightly deeper bad water here. So let's do that. Yeah, let's do that. We'll put the extra piece of path there, and then to actually retain some bad water for when we get a drought, because we invariably will, because the game likes to screw with us, particularly on this map. We're actually going to dam across here so that we can retain some bad water. I know. So that's step one. That will get us explosives. Everything else seems to be kind of plodding along okay. We've got some homeless beavers, and we've got quite a lot of breeding pods running. So let's ease up on the breeding pods for a bit. We do need to build some more housing, so let's just chuck one there. And we will need to work a little bit on their well-being. So that's part one of the plan. That gets us the explosives. There are actually 3 parts to this plan. So part 2 of the plan is to deal with this bad water source. And I'm probably going to want to deal with those as well. But to deal with this bad water source, and this is going to be part of my plan for dealing with bad tides as well, we are going to blast a channel through here. The reason that I'm going to do it through here, this may overwhelm this little channel here, but we may as well try and dump it into something which is already dealing with bad water. So actually there's good water there. Interesting. The other option is to dump it into here, and then it will come out down here eventually. So maybe we could just do that. Basically, what I want to do is blast a fat old channel out of here to take this bad water off the map. And then we're going to put some floodgates across here and floodgates across here. So during a normal temperate season, we will have these floodgates closed, and that will send the bad water coming out of this over here. And then during a bad tide, we will close these floodgates, and hopefully that will send the bad water coming out of this system off of here. So that will hopefully stop the bad tide affecting further downstream. To that end, I'm probably going to put a floodgate in here rather than a levee. So let's make that swap so I don't forget. And probably what I'll do is I'll use a stream gauge to control that off of contamination. Long term, I would also like to do similar here and replace this with a floodgate too, so that we can, if we need to, we can alleviate. Maybe these two actually probably will replace with floodgates rather than further downstream. So ideally we would be blocking here with floodgates and trapping water in all of this. That's the theory. That's the theory. So yeah, then floodgates across here, hold water in here, be able to store stuff. It's quite a long plan. It's quite a long plan, which is why I said this might be quite a long video. Or alternatively, it might be that it takes me a few videos. We'll see how we get on. That was quite a bit of rambling. So the scrap metal's going in. The gears and planks, I'm not sure where they're going other than, I guess we're maybe storing them. We actually have 4 builders going on, which is kind of a bit of a surprise for me. So that's to know that. And 6 haulers. Let's ease up on the haulers because we're a little short of beaver power. But yeah, we've got a decent amount of water. So we've got 41 beavers. So that's 800. It's about 1,000 water a day. I think don't want to get the calculator out again. So we're pretty good for water still. Buddy over here has got most of the mangroves replaced. The farmer here is getting this stuff replanted, which is cool. And yeah, I'm hoping that if we get this plan all implemented, things are going to be a lot better. I'm hoping. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it works out. And yeah, it'd be really cool if we can basically turn from here all the way through here into a reservoir for when we get droughts, because we can probably make this, and this water here is relatively deep, and we could probably make it deeper, especially with some adjustments. So that's what I'm thinking. If we deal with, as soon as we've dealt with this bad water source, I'm hoping the water pumping will improve because we'll have fresh water completely coming in. So that should get better. And yeah, I'm just hoping that by storing some water, things will just, in general, get better. So what I'm going to do is let them carry on with the building, and I'll get back to you when they've done that. Okay, the smelter is in. We are producing scrap metal. It's going to be slow, obviously, because we've only got the one smelter and we need 30 metal blocks to get the explosives factory built. But, you know, they'll get that. I've had to throw in another wood log store, and I prioritize building that. But what we're going to do is, until we can put in some pit storages, we're going to throw in a use your words, man, use your words. We probably actually want to prioritize them building this with the metal blocks, because without bad water we can't make explosives. We should also prioritize that. We're going to set it to accept and scrap metal. So we want the scrap metal to be being brought over, and we should make sure that this guy is set to supply. So, and this one is also set to supply. Awesome. So we've still got 1,000 water with rounding. Actually, we've still got 1,000 water, which is great. So I think we might actually be okay for water this time around. That would be very nice. We've also got pine resin coming in, so we do need a storage for that. And I think actually for now we are just going to put a medium warehouse over here for the pine resin. So yep, and we're going to need storage for bad water. And what I'm going to do, in a similar vein to what we've been doing, is we'll put a couple of small water tanks up here for bad water, and then we'll put a bigger tank down here somewhere. Not entirely sure where. Probably, actually, food wise, we could probably unplant those and maybe put it here and make that for bad water set to obtain. Yeah, so I do kind of want them to prioritize building that. They can get to it. So I'm kind of confused as to why they're building this one first. I don't know. Go beavers, I guess. We can always pause it once it's built. That's fine. In the grand scheme of things, it's all going to take the same amount of time to get to explosives. So does it really matter? Probably not. Probably not. We are most of the way through this bad side and we've not had any major dramas yet, which is quite nice. So I think we will unpause our other breeding pods, because if we've got more beavers, food seems to be okay. If we can pump and store more water, then we're going to be in a way better place. And so more beaver power means more water stored in my mind. Yeah. Obviously, we've got these buried water pumps, which we might just end up deleting. So we'll see. We'll see. So also the platforms are in. That's why they were doing that, because the metal might as well have gone into there, I guess, until they could actually put those in. And probably we should also, let's medium prioritize those 2 tanks. We've got that there. So let's then put in a small warehouse to store the explosives, and we will set that to be a supply, because probably we will end up building a larger store somewhere else. I'm sure we will. I will slow the game back now once we're through the bad tide and we're needing to concentrate on things. I'm just trying to get stuff done as quickly as I can. Hopefully I can edit that out. I'm in a hotel tonight and I was just trying to adjust the lighting so I could actually see the screen. Yeah, I'm trying to get through the bad tide, get these things built so we can make some progress with my master plan take 2. And then hopefully we can make some progress with this save game. I'm feeling less frustrated than I was in the previous video. So I'm still, I think this is going to get me 3 videos ahead again on recording. So yeah. I do appreciate your comments if you're making them, and I will get to them as they crop up in my kind of working my way through recording stuff. So we're actually 3 beavers short at the moment. So I guess probably our research is going to be paused for now. Yeah, that's okay. We've dropped down to 300 water now as we have 3 days left, but that's okay. We can survive 3 days without water, so I'm not too worried. We want to get you back on planting, actually, because we're not in crisis mode. So, yeah, I'm getting you back planting. I think we only need 1 farmer in here for how much there is there, so that's okay. And then maybe we can have 1 guy doing research just to keep recovering those points. And, yeah, we probably need the haulers to be coming and grabbing the bad water for us, and then we can start making explosives once this is done. So we just need 19 metal blocks to be made and we'll be good. So yeah, that's pretty nuts, actually. That's pretty nuts. Yeah, we're however many episodes in, but the first 2 don't count because we had a colony wipe. So yeah, right, that's in. So let's make sure those are prioritized. I do feel like it would be wise to have those and that as priority projects, because this is just logs. So yeah, and then actually we do need some research going on because we need 600 science to unlock the explosives. So yeah, you get sciencing, buddy. To be honest, we probably don't need quite so many cutting down trees at the moment. We've got our full complement of farmers in there, which is okay because there are crops in the ground, although most of our food storage is full at the moment. So maybe we could ease up on you on the fermenting and get another researcher going. That'd be good, I think. So we need to get 600 science. So that once this is ready, we can start placing our explosives. And we're going to have to go all of the way over here. And yeah, I think we are basically going to dump out of here. What I'm going to do is I need to do this in the right order. Order of operations is going to be important. And we're going to need to stage resources, I think. So let's put in some storage for resources. We're going to need logs. We're going to need planks. And we're going to need explosives. So what we're going to do is it's the bad side over, and we just hopefully, well, we have no water. Hopefully that's a fairly recent thing, although we do have thirsty beavers. So let's just click on you. Yeah, you're thirsty, but you're not badly thirsty. So let's just do a bit of, go down to 2 haulers, 2 builders. Let's get some farmers freed up. We can probably ease up on, oh, I keep hitting the wrong keys today. We can probably ease up on the lumberjacks and use, that gives us 7 free beavers to, you guessed it, pump the water. So let's, yeah, the contamination is already down to 66%. So hopefully, yeah, you can see it's coming through clear already. So I'm going to go back over here and ignore the problem that they have no water. And actually, there's a few things we need to unlock. So we want to unlock the double floodgates. So we're going to go across here with, do we want to go across there? Or do we want to be out here so that we can, so that we bring a bit less contamination through? I think we're going to do here, and we're just going to let it drop away. So yeah, we're going to do, yes, 1, 2, 3. We're going to do 4 of those. We're going to do 2 of those, and then we're going to need something to build off of. So which is going to be or not to be, that is a pencil. I think within the spirit of how we've been doing things, and we don't need to keep this, warehouse cheese. So we're going to do that. We're going to make sure that these are down at 0. So that gets that done. How's things looking over here? We have water coming through, which is good. Explosives is not quite built yet, and we now don't have enough science to unlock explosives, but that's okay. So we need to build that. We then need to place the explosives, which, yeah, I am just going to dump them out here. And I think we probably want to make something which is really quite wide. So I'm going to move this path across one to there. And we're basically going to blow out this big chunk here. Is my plan. It's interesting that that's still, I mean, we could probably block this off actually to speed up water improvements, but we have 2 more spare beavers, so let's get you going in there. Let's go to double speed. So how's our water looking? 21%. That's actually about, that's better than we used to have. And we're on day 1. So yeah, we can hopefully not have any disasters. Yay. No disasters. Let's ignore the fact that they're all thirsty at the moment. Okay, we'll recover that. So we need 10 more metal beams for that. Scrap metal, we used 2 scrap metal, so 20 scrap metal, so we could actually stop the scavenger flag, and that frees up another beaver to can you guess what they're going to be doing? Yep, they're going to be pumping water. So basically we need to recover the water supply before we get another drought or bad tide or whatever we're going to get, because we're not going to have our water retention sorted before then. So yeah, but hopefully we've got some science going on still, which is good. We've got so many logs actually that I think we can afford to pause you two as well. And once you're freed up, guess what you're going to do? You're going to pump water. So that's at 14% now. So I feel that we can open this up and let water in, which should stop this guy needing to be active, which will free up another beaver to pump water. We should maybe have them in the hauling post. I'm not sure, but the population's going to be growing now because I've got all of the breeding pods active. So yeah, I think that's okay. Our bad water supply is actually full, so you can be paused for now. You can be paused for now. They've nearly got that built, which is going to retain us a supply of bad water if we get a drought. If we get a bad tide, obviously it keeps flowing, so that's kind of cool. Yeah, hopefully they're not working on building any of this yet. I just wanted to get it placed. We can obviously harvest some of these trees if we need to. Yeah, when we get a bad tide or a drought, I'm going to replace these with floodgates, and we'll put some platforms in as well, and then we can cut these trees down and get some wood. Not that we're short of wood now. It's funny how everything changes, isn't it? So we need 7 more metal beams. We're getting there, and the water supply is going up. We have 3 more spare beavers, so I'm actually going to do 1 to pump, and we're going to put 2 of them into the hauling post to make sure that we're keeping these little water tanks emptier. And yeah, they're 87, see, 58%. So yeah, 80%. So we're still having to micromanage the colony quite a lot, but it's going to be what it's going to be until we get in a very different position, I think. Until we can get in a very, very different position. We've got a drought approaching, so we're going to lose power. So probably it is worth us thinking about rebuilding the large power. That's going to give us 300 horsepower, which will run a bunch of the things that we need. So let's put that back in. That'll be pretty quick to build because it's just logs. So yeah, let's plan to have that built. They're getting that built, which is cool. So that's good. We're getting there on the explosives factory. We're getting there. We've got 3 days until our next drought. I'm kind of thinking that with where we are with logs, let's pause you 3 and yep, more water pumping. This could be a long drought, so we really want to get in a position where we've got our water supply really filled up. You know, we can hold nearly 4,000 water. If we went into a drought with 4,000 water, I'd be a happy man. I don't think we will, but if we did, that'd be pretty nuts. Don't think we will, but you know, I think with where we are, we should probably pause the scientists and get them pumping water. So, and the guys down here, we have them. Yeah, we don't have them prioritize our barrels because we really don't need to until they get full. So, yep. How are we for berries? We're really good for berries, so you don't need to be working either. So yeah, more water pumping. We're up to 500 water, which is kind of good, but kind of not. We could really do with, you know, adding way more water. Now, it's a drought, so some of you might be saying I should be blocking this off to hold some water, and yeah, maybe we'll see how we get on. I think I do feel like this map is so hard. I do feel like I'm making bad choices every moment, but you know, it is how it feels. It feels like we're making bad choices all of the time, but those are the choices that I'm making, and the beavers are dealing with the consequences. So it is what it is, basically. Do I want to just hang fire? We're going to lose power. I'm wondering if we just hang fire on some of these things. We could probably hang fire on planks for now. Basically, I would like to have all of our water pumps going. Because that way we are really going to be pushing up the water supply. And yeah, probably pause you, and let's throw you into hauling. And we're going to go 24-hour workday. I'll probably forget, but 800 water is not enough to be going into a drought with. So let's try and fix that, shall we? Let's try and fix that. Because we really need to. So yeah, that's up at 1. That's at a half, and that actually keeping that at 1 and that at a half keeps that quite full. So, and it's a 14% contamination, which is not bad. So I think I'll just need to remember to close that as we go into the next day. But yeah, I really hope this isn't a super long drought, because we are going to be in trouble again. We are going to be in. I mean, we're on cycle 12, so we could start getting those. I don't know if I made the wrong choice with what I'm doing. Whether we should have been trying to store water rather than going explosives. I don't know. I don't know. I know whether I should have been throwing a dam across here to store some more water, but yeah. We'll see. We'll see. See where we end up, I guess. I mean, the cool thing is these will pump for a relatively long time after things end. So, yeah. How are we doing on that? We need 3 more. We are going to lose power, but we can switch to how we generate the power. So I'm not too worried about that. We can get this guy built pretty easily. We've got this in now, so we are going to be retaining some bad water, which is okay. That's built, which is also okay. All those empty water tanks is not okay. Not okay at all. Quite a lot of our water is down here, I think. So, yeah. Let's close this up. Let's get another hauler going. Guess they can be shifting some water. We are up to 1,500 water. I know I'm still on a 24-hour workday. We will adjust that as the drought kicks in. So, yeah. Just need these guys to be hammering that water pumping, and then we'll see how long the drought's going to be. I'll probably cry a little bit. You know, it's how it goes. It's how it goes. Yeah, 2 more metal to get the... Yeah, so we're going to need to get this made. But we can redistribute everything once the drought's in terms of manpower, beaver power. We can unlock the explosives. And maybe we can get a few other different building projects done while there's a drought. So, and let's just check. This is shut. This is shut. So we're good there, and that's quite full. So that's good. We are up to 1,700 water. Let's go back to our normal length working day, and we have an 11-day drought. I can handle 11 days with how much water we've got. Yeah. So we probably need to prioritize getting that built. So that when the water flow stops, we can actually power everything still. While there's water flowing, I am going to keep the silly number of beavers pumping water. This kind of is what it is. And yeah. So I'm going to stick with the plan for now, in that we try and deal with this. Yeah. I mean, we're in a drought, so we can now get those back. So, hey, let's do that. Let's get those back. That gives us access to a tiny amount of water, but we might as well get that water pumped out of there. Yeah. We might as well. I am wondering if... Do we take a gamble? Do we gamble and start blocking this off with levies on the assumption that we can deal with the bad tide with this approach? Do we need any more gears? Actually, let's pause, because we're wasting a lot of beaver power at the moment. So pause, 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 pause. Let's get you back. Let's go back up to 4 builders. Let's get some science going. Let's get the farming going again. And that's used them all up. But yeah, we may as well get this water pumped out of here, because it's water. And we need water. So, yeah, we'll leave these guys pumping as long as there is water there. But what I'm thinking, and it is a bit of a gamble, and I'm not sure how we get to it unless we just come in from above. But rather than building massive floodgates at the moment, whether we do some levees out here. across this row to just retain water in here. That's what I'm pondering. Because we've got access to plenty of wood. And so this is a gamble based on a few assumptions. And we know what happens when you assume. And we need to be able to get to it to build it. And I wonder if the best way is to build a new way up, or whether the best way is just to drop down on it from above like that. So yet another building project queued up. Yeah. Alright, we can now probably... These guys are still pumping water. So relatively effectively. So... yeah. So let's get those built. We can pump that out. It's not a huge amount of water. But equally, once we've pumped it out, we can destroy these. Yep. We've not got the science yet to make our explosives, but we've not got our explosives plant or our way to generate power to make explosives yet. So none of those things are a significant problem for us. But yeah, even with a relatively short drought and with a reasonable amount of water stored, I think we should do this and make use of this water. So, and maybe we just build the one. But I don't know. Come on over, dude, and pump some water. We'll prioritize you by haulers. So the haulers come get the water. That makes sense, doesn't it? Yeah. That should probably be set to supply these days, but, you know. So, 2 more logs, that will get built. And, yeah, we've got a little bit of water pumping going still. We can now free up all of these beavers to do something more interesting instead. That's 11 spare beavers. Make sure that... I still think that only needs 1 farmer. Let's make sure we've got 2 in here. Let's get some log cutting going on and some log replanting, I guess. The same over here. And that leaves us 5 spare beavers. So, min priority, but hey, they might as well go in there. At least for a little while. Do some science, beavers. You can come build that, and then hopefully they can get this built relatively quickly, please. A builder's hut might not be a bad idea, but, you know, everything might not be a bad idea at this point, so... They should build that relatively quickly, I think. So let's prioritize you by haulers as well. And now just maybe keep a little bit of water coming in. You know? You might as well be paused because you have now to do. You might as well be paused until we've got power as well. So guess what? You always wanted to do research, didn't you? Yes, you did. Yeah. Yep, I did pause all of the water pumps. I mean, I could automate those, but generally I only use them at certain times, so it's probably not worth it. Probably not worth it. We'll let those guys pump away. We will need to free up some beavers to power this at some point. We need 2 more metal, and I guess we need to make 1 more metal. So, yeah. Okay. Everything else we've got, so that's cool. We've got plenty of food. The water's not looking awful. Let's kick the speed up a little bit, just while we're not doing anything too taxing. And see if we can make a bit more progress. Get this guy built. Now I've kind of screwed up here actually. So what we're going to need to do is get a bit of a power bridge coming across the back. Because otherwise none of this power is being used. So we should pause that until that's in. So let's high prioritize building that. Because otherwise it's not connected. And that connects it to everything. So, yeah. That was a bit... Well, I say it was a bit dumb. I didn't have a lot of other option, really. So, yeah. We can now unlock the explosives. So, let's just ease up a little bit. I guess they can start working on building some of this anyway. And what we're going to do is landscaping. I'm only going to do single explosives because that's kind of all we can really afford even, I guess. Yes, unlock. And yeah, because there's a floodgate to there, so I don't really need to go that far, do I? No, let's save ourselves. We're going to do something like that. Something like that. And then we'll have to replace the stuff that's where the path should be once everything else is built. Yeah. But obviously there's quite a lot of building that they need to get done still, like everything else. Let's get that built. Do I want to prioritize this? And prioritizing this is based on the assumption that we get this done, not this. This. So maybe not. So we need to get that built, and then we need to get the matching small warehouses. We need to get the matching floodgates across here built. So like that. And they need to all be down at 0, and just to avoid any going in water, we'll do a double stack. I think they can diagonally build that one, I'm not sure. Like that. So much to build. And I've got lost on my map. There we go, we're back. Right, so that's in now, so we can unpause that. We only really need the smelter running. The smelter needs 200 horsepower. So probably like 2 beavers should do it. We'll prioritize them so they come do that job. Get the last of those done. We can then swap to making explosives, and we can work on this job. So I think I'm going to prioritize actually getting this done now. So that, and then that, and if we do those, then we want to do those. Yeah, cool. This I think is going to be quite a quick build, particularly if we stockpile all the stuff that we need. So yeah. Our water levels are staying okay-ish. Okay-ish. These we basically need to make sure that we have set like that. And probably what I actually need to do is delete the staircase so no one tries to come down and get water out of them if it's polluted. But one more metal beam. They have the one metal beam, so they should be able to finish that. There we go. So we can now make explosives. Let's prioritize you by haulers. And yeah, we have 75 bad water. So we will need to pump some more bad water, but we can start making explosives. The explosives factory needs 150 horsepower, which is what we are producing. So let's start making explosives. Awesome. So if we can get this area built, I guess the first thing, once we've got this built and the explosives in, so I'm going to high prioritize the explosives. Because we can then be sending the bad water away, because we could come across here to build this one in preparation for a bad tide. So we would have to make that double height so that we're not going into bad water. So we could come across that way to do that, so we wouldn't actually need to replace the path across here. Because that would then give us clean water coming through. We would need to get across here eventually to sort this out, although we could sort this out now. In fact, what we should do is cancel the demolition there. We should put a floodgate there. Floodgate. Make that a super high priority build. Then we'll demolish that and put a floodgate there as well, because that's going to help us if this isn't enough to alleviate, I'm pointing at the screen, if this isn't enough to alleviate the bad water, then we can shoot it this way as well. We want to have these prioritized by haulers. I should probably actually put this one over here. So that's going to be explosives and obtain, and we want to actually get that built. So, yep. Cool. There's so much to get done still, but, you know, we're making progress. We're making explosives, which is cool. That probably means we have 7 vacancies. So let's autosave. Thank you. Let's just deal with that by pausing a bunch of these, because I know that the game will manage it with prioritization, but I don't like it, so I'm going to manage it myself. We've got we will start getting injured beavers with the explosives plant, but you know, that's a thing we just have to deal with. Yeah, it's the thing we just have to deal with. So that one's done. So they just need to come finish building that. Can they get those? If they can't, I'm just going to delete them. They can. So we'll prioritize that. We won't demolish this just yet, because otherwise they won't be able to get to those. Yeah, we're not going to get this done before this drought ends, realistically, but there's so much we need to do. I do wonder if we should go builder's hut. Yes. Highest priority build. We've got the planks. We've got plenty of logs. And let's pause for these guys to free up some labor. Once that's built, I mean, that's nice and close, so they should build that quite quickly. Yeah. And we'll throw in 3 more builders, basically. And we've got 6 haulers, so yeah. See if we can speed up this building process just a little bit. So it's now too far from the district. Okay, so we're just going to delete it. We're going to demolish that on a high priority and get some more stuff done. Okay, I had to go get food. I think I mentioned earlier I'm away in our hotel at the moment. And actually, wow, these guys have just finished pumping all of this out. So we will pause those. And actually, they've got all of the water out there. So I'm going to delete that staircase as well. And I'm going to delete the resources as well, so no one comes and tries to get them. But we've actually we're ending the drought with 900 water stored, which is pretty amazing. Over here, so we've replaced both of these with floodgates now, so we can use this to let out some of the bad tide that comes through. We've got the first 3 floodgates in, which is pretty cool. We got 3 more to build here, and then we can get the dynamite placed. It's all kind of going on. I've got the forester going back over here. We might as well cut these trees down and make use of them, save carrying over the logs. The builders are in. The builder's hut is in, so I've got that going. Kind of balancing resources on different things to get stuff done. And obviously we're going to need to reprioritize it all very soon, because we need to get some cassavas fermenting again. We're going to need to get water pumping again. So yeah, we will probably have to ease up on the building. Maybe we've still got 6 haulers going, so maybe we can just reduce those a bit. I'm thinking with how we're making progress, probably I'm going to throw in another breeding pod, and I'm going to prioritize building that so that we can maybe push the population a little bit more. The well-being is not massively high at the moment, but that's okay. We can cope with that, and that's the drought over. So once water gets down here, we will start to look at how we reprioritize our workers. Yeah, so basically want to get this finished. Once this is finished, we'll get the explosives in. They're kind of doing a bit of both. And then we'll work on getting this side done, because that's our... well, they're coming across... I'm not sure what they're doing. Yeah, I'm not sure what they're working on building. I really don't want them working on anything other than this at the moment. So, yeah. Anywho. They're doing what they're doing, I guess. We just need to wait for this to refill. It's kind of nice having finished with water. It was a relatively short drought for what it could be. So, yeah, I am thinking that probably it would also be wise. And I know I've got so much building queued up But I do think it would be wise to throw in another one of these as well. We'll struggle to fill it, but I think we need to. So should get water next day. And we'll have to start pumping like crazy. But that's okay. That is okay. Yeah. So yes, this is why we get a hit of bad water first, because bad water is the first thing that comes through. But it goes a slightly different route, so yeah. Anyway, we'll get ourselves organized in a moment for reprioritizing the workforce. So that new breeding pod is in, so that's good. We've got all of the gears we need. Planks is a bit of an issue. We're still having to make planks as we need them. And I'm having to turn on and off tree cutting as we need it. So, yeah, it's all a bit of a thing. It's all a bit of a thing. We're down to not much in the way of food. So let's see what we can do to reprioritize our workforce. I think we're going to have to pause the builder's hut and probably knock that down to maybe 4, and that gives us 6 spare beavers, or not really spare, but 6 beavers to get pumping water. And yeah, we can also, we had 4 beavers working in the Conan's wheel, so yeah, we don't need those anymore. I probably want to put one of them in there, and we'll get the others pumping water. Yeah. Yep. Pumping water is the priority. We need to refill that water supply. Having this was kind of cool, but if we get bad tide, we until we've got everything built, which is going to take time. It's going to take time. Then we are in the position we're in, basically, that we need to try and stockpile enough water to get through these droughts. So I could try and get this built, but if we get bad tide, there's not a lot of point. So, yeah. Because we've got nowhere for the bad tide to really go until we get some of this other stuff done. And then we're going to need to work on some bits to just make it so we can store more water. But for now, we will get pumping the water, replenish our supplies. We've got a couple of injured beavers. We've got 3 injured beavers and only 1 medical bed, so we might need to throw in a couple more of those. Get those guys back working quicker, so let's prioritize the build of those. They don't use too much in the way of resources, so it's probably sensible, and that is almost done as well. So yeah, really want to get these little water tanks replaced, but you know, I keep saying you know a lot. Maybe you don't know, maybe you do know. We really need to just be trying to improve everything, but not going backwards is the big thing for me. Not going backwards is going to be the big thing. Once we've got it, so we've got bad water defense, I will put a dam across in here, and probably we'll try and get out to these as well and put some stops across there, try and store a bit of water there, but mainly we're going to be storing water up here initially. So yeah, how are we doing on our build? We're getting there, and these take quite a lot of resources. Obviously, they're double floodgates. We could have mitigated it by not using that, but I want to be able to push bad water through these. So yeah, and I'm hoping this is wide enough to basically take all of that. We might actually want, because I'm going to use this for bad water relief, we might want to do that actually. We might want to do that. So yeah, we'll just keep on building. Keep on building, and no doubt we will get our notification for our next event very soon, because that's how hard mode works. We're a couple of beavers short, and I'm not sure where they're going to be taking them from. We can probably take one out of there and one out of there. So we've given our fermented cassavas a little bit of a boost. The logs are still okay, so yeah. It would be nice to have a big enough population that we didn't have to keep doing all of this, but we don't at the moment. So, you know, we do what we have to do. It's funny that most of the water seems to be over here. We probably want to be getting some of this. And actually what I need to do, rather than prioritizing it, these just all need to be set to supply. So let's just take a moment and go through and set them all to supply, and then the haulers will, I'm not going to prioritize them, but that way the haulers will come over and move it back to the main colony. Why am I not prioritizing it all? I want to just prioritize the things that are a priority at the moment, which are getting resources out to the build site, where we're trying to do the important work of cleaning up the water supply and getting us some resilience to bad tide, and then we can secure a water supply which is drought and bad tide resistant. So that's why I don't always click the prioritize by haulers button, for those that are wondering or are newer to my channel. Yeah, so we're getting there. We're getting them built. They're building them in a random order, but they're getting them built. So I think if we get these built, we can't close them until the explosives are in then. So they should be the next job. I'm going to, once they're built, I'll make this a high priority job, because they should go in quite quickly. Then we can get rid of, probably it would be sensible to, at that point, think about moving the storage of, so you can be paused now, free up a few beavers. It would probably make sense to make this, to think about moving these as soon as we've got explosives coming in. Yep, so we've got a couple of spare beavers. How many pumping have we got? I think we want to have more, because we're very soon going to get our notification of some sort of event coming in. Some sort of a drought would be nice, so we can pump water through the drought again like we did here with our little cheat. And if we get a drought notification, I might prioritize this and see if we can get some of this built. Yeah. See if we can retain a little bit of water. If we get a bad tide notification, we'll just crack on with getting this built. So we are not, are we not making planks? I mean, I maybe shouldn't have taken one away from plank building. So let's bring him back over, or them back over. Because making planks is important. We need planks to be able to do what we're doing. Ideally, I would have more plank construction going on, but we just don't have the spare beaver power. We do not have the spare beaver power. I'm going to try a 17-hour working day. Someone did tell me that the optimal was 16, but I don't know, and we don't have a lot for them to do anyway. So, you know, we do not have a lot for them to do. So we've still got some injured beavers. Once we've got this done, I did say before that we would work on it soon, but I think once we've got this done, we will start to think about some beaver welfare. I think that would be good. I think that would be a good thing. Let's get back to ×2. Yeah, they need to build this one and this one, and then all of the explosives. And there's a lot of explosives here. There's not enough. We do have 18 explosives, so Yep. Oh, maybe I might have to stop once we've done this first corner, this one. So this is going to be a monumentally long video, and I could actually do with a bit of a switch off this evening as well. So this game will just eat your life as well. It gets so time consuming. I sat down at about 5:30. I thought I would just play a bit, and suddenly I needed to go get food because I was very hungry, and it's getting later into the evening. You know, but I do really enjoy playing this game, which is why I make the videos that I make, because it's so much fun. Even this map, which is mega frustrating sometimes, but I think we're getting close on here to getting to the point where we're not just battling survival. I think we're getting close. I do wonder if maybe we would benefit from another hauler, because they don't seem to be getting the resources they need hauled over here. So, because these are both empty. No, they're not. One of them's empty. The log one is empty. We've still got 500 logs, so that's okay. Yeah, and then we need to switch over to them, having them in here, and then we can come across here and get this built. Yep. And even if we get a bad tide, I'm going to continue focusing on getting this built, because then it's ready for when we get, when, you know, it's ready. We can protect ourselves a little bit. We lose the power that we had, but we're going to need to work on a better power source anyway. Yeah. Beyond running a really long power thing all the way down here. We're not going to do that. We are not going to be doing that. We are up to 1,300 water. The water's going up very slowly. Very slowly. And I guess these would be more efficient if these tanks weren't all quite so full. So maybe I would benefit from having some of them prioritized by haulers, but you know, it's still got that one. So we just need more. We just need more, but at the moment the colony can't support more because we don't have a robust water supply. But we're getting there. We're getting there. So get this built, Beeves, please. I mean, they cannot get to that yet. If they can get to it once this is built, then we will not build. No, they cannot get to it. So they do need to build that stack of 2. We will recover the logs from these, obviously. So that's good. Are they building it? No, they're still working on other stuff. But we're at day 5 and we've not had a drought warning, which is really nice, or a bad tide warning. That probably means that I've jinxed myself, and we're going to get it next. But back up to 6 haulers, and yeah. And probably I should maybe prioritize these 2 bigger ones. Let's, yeah. And maybe let's prioritize a couple of these as well. We do have these prioritized. We just don't. I think we just don't have enough haulers. But we've got a lot of empty water tanks, Beavers. So get to it, please. Up to 44 beavers. To 44 beavers. A long drought is going to hurt us, but you know. Drought, another drought approaching. That's when I said that I would maybe think about switching, wasn't it? And trying to get some of this made. So should we do that? should we do that? How close are they to having that built? They just need to get the logs in, because a drought will essentially shut that off anyway. And the water is clean enough to be pumped. So do I think in 3 days we could build that? I guess we are going to find out. And I'm going to stop when we get to this drought. So let's go, beavers. Let's go. That's set to be plank, so let's prioritize that. Let's come over here. Let's unprioritize those. Let's deprioritize this work. We will deal with this later. Beavers, can you build me a drought resilient to some extent water supply, please? No pressure. There's logs up here, so let's re-enable that being an obtain. And yeah, and we're gonna go as much as not every with 3 beavers short. Let's pause explosives. Pause one of the farms. Yeah. And we've got yeah. I think 2 days of 24-hour working is going to wreck the beavers, but hey, we can probably go down to 4 haulers, and I'm going to get 2 more pumping water. And the plus, we can pump water out of here if this doesn't work, but if they can get this in, this is going to be big. It's going to be big for us. So, yep. Maybe I don't want to do 24 hours. Maybe I want to do like a 20-hour working day for a bit, and then we'll push 24 hours the next ones. Yeah. So I'm kind of hoping that as soon as they've got the stairs in, which we've got the planks to build, because we only need 8 planks, so we can pause plank production, which frees up a couple of beavers to put in to pumping water, because we still need to make sure that we've got a solid water supply going into the drought, because this is not guaranteed that we're going to get this done at all. And it's not guaranteed how much water it's going to hold, but because we've got iron teeth, we can then drop water pumps in from like here, because the iron teeth have the long pipes. So yeah, we can do that. That's my theory. That's my theory. We have prioritized all of those. So yeah. Oh, beavers, do your thing with 24-hour working days. Here we go. Here we go. I should maybe have, if I'd known, if you know you're going to get a drought, we could have chosen to prioritize that. We didn't. So we prioritized doing what we're doing. And now we are just relying on the fact that can they build so many levees in 2 days? Probably not. We'll have to see. We do have these, which were really beneficial. So if not, we'll just go back to doing the project we were doing. Why are you going all the way over here? What are you even doing? You're starving and dehydrated, and you're bloody building these. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're not building these either. You're not building any of this. You don't need to bring logs over here or planks over here. Or build this. Where have I gone? Where have I gone? I get lost on this map so often. Build these. This is what I need you building. Yeah? This is why you're working 24 hours a day. Are there any beavers over here? They're still freaking going over here. Right. Let's delete a bunch path and discourage them from doing that. This is not going to have worked, is it? They're never going to get that built in a day. Maybe if they could do it in a bit... Yeah, no. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. But we have got 2.8 thousand, 2.6 thousand water stored. So that's a better thing. But, yeah. Now they're focused. Come on. And the whole reason that I've put the builder's hut in and there are 8 of you building is to focus on doing this job. We don't need you prioritized anymore because it's just logs. So please just do this freaking job. Yeah? There's logs here. Pick the logs up. Take the logs to the levee. Build the levee. That's all you need to do. All you need to do. Why are they getting logs from elsewhere when there's logs here? Why there aren't 7 builders here? I don't frickin' know. What they're doing instead... I don't know. Where are you all? There you are. Right, now you're working. Now you're working. Took your bloody time, didn't you? Too late. Too bloody late. Oh, well. I'm almost comfortable. We've got 3,000 water stored. We've got these 2 pumps. We're going to see... Oh, I know what I haven't done. Pause. So you need to go up to 1. You need to go up to 1. We're going to see how long this drought's going to be. I'm going to stop at this point because I think this video has got quite long. I haven't achieved what I had hoped to achieve, which is slightly annoying. But, you know, we'll do what we're going to do. Yeah. Maybe by the next one we'll have it all done. Maybe by the next one. I'll probably still be a few videos ahead. I want to try and keep this momentum going, which means I see your comments a little bit late, so I'll address them as I see them. But yeah, it's usually what happens is I build a bit of a lead up, and then the weekend happens. I don't generally record at the weekend, so that you catch up, and yeah, and like with work and stuff, it varies, but well, yeah. So I kind of feel like maybe I should go back to finishing this job. Maybe, because this seems to have almost stopped producing liquid, so we could shut it. We could have clean water coming through, apart from there's a little bit of leakage there. No one likes a little bit of leakage, do they? Yeah, we might as well put this path back now, because the beavers were a bit distracted. I'm going to blame the beavers for that, not me. Definitely their fault. So let's just make it all normal priority. They can get it done at their leisure now. Go back over here and we will make this normal priority too now, I think. And yep. How long is our drought going to be? We have basically 3,000 water stored, which is pretty cool. I'm pretty happy with that. And we have a 14-day drought. I'm pretty comfortable, I think. Let's just do our quick bit of maths, and then I'm going to end the video. So 47 times 2.5 is 117 times 14, yeah, 1,600. We're in a way better place, and we'll be able to pump water out of here through the drought, and we'll be able to pump for another day or so. So that's all pretty good. We probably need to, I want to, before I forget, I am finishing, honest. We are going to empty those. That one's already empty. So let's turn that off. We need them to finish building that. That may as well be open. Yeah, I want to get these built so that I don't forget to prioritize them basically when I come back. So yeah, I'd say I'm a few videos ahead still, but let me know what you think about what I'm trying to do. I'm really appreciating that you guys also think this is very hard, because I'm finding it very hard, and it's been quite frustrating at times. This one's been less frustrating, which is nice. It's been nice to be a little bit less frustrated, although the beavers did their best to annoy me. I do wonder if we should cut down some of those trees as well, rather than dragging them over from the place. You know the place? Yeah, the place. Come on, build this one as well, and then I can... Come on. Oh, you're not going to do it, are you? I think that guy's bringing the logs over that we need. Over here, we need to put back in the staircase. So that's going to be a high priority build as well. And then we will unpause both of those. And yeah. Let's just slow down time. Let's pause all of those. And we can get beavers doing other jobs again, like grinding power and making explosives. All of the fun jobs. Get some more farming going on. Don't really need to be cutting trees down yet, so yeah. But have they built this? Oh, come on, please build this plank store, and then I can finish things up. I'm going to do this afterwards off camera, so yeah. Welcome back to episode 8 of TimberBorn. Get me, I know which episode number we are on, and we need to crack on with building all of the things. So it starts off I think it was actually originally like a 14-day drought, but it took me a little while to get a few things done as we wrapped up the last episode. Like getting this guy finished. It is now finished. It is full of planks. So explosives are going in. I would like to get them to pick those up. That is now empty and can be deleted. We do need to do some stuff over this way, and I'm wondering whether we should leave that or whether we get to that this way. I will eventually stop using the warehouse cheesiness, and we'll do things properly, but just for right now, the warehouse cheesiness is really kind of becoming key to the strategy of getting stuff done on here. And we've got so many logs, but we're so short of things like planks, and we're so short of things like beavers. So yeah, it looks like we're getting a bit of a population explosion, which is probably going to help because it means we can just have more beavers pumping water, because that's what we do. We pump water and then we slowly try and build things. Like we need to build more housing, and everything. I'm really making use of the fact, and that's kind of putting it in a polite's not the right word. Can't think of the right word. We're making use of the fact that we have a lot of space at the moment, so everything's quite spread out, shall we say. Yeah, let's say that. Yeah, let's say that everything's quite spread out at the moment, and there's a whole load of stuff that I should probably be thinking about, but we're still just battling getting ourselves established. I mean, soybeans would be good, but I'm pretty sure to do soybeans we need canola oil. So yeah, we need to be growing canola, we need to be making the oil. The other thing we could be doing is hydroponic gardens. We could actually be making those, but they're very water intensive, and at the moment water is, as you know, a thing. So I would like to get into those soon, because we could make use of some of the unirrigated land. And they would give us probably quite a nice boost in well-being. So yeah, we've got 3 unutilized beavers. So we've got a reasonable amount of science going on. So let's put a couple more in there, and let's get some planks going on. I didn't realize that I'd paused plank production. That was a bit of a miss on my part, because planks are important for our little building project over here, because it involves many floodgates. So yeah, and we need to make sure that the beavers are recovering the materials from here. So what I'll do is I'll delete both of these, and by deleting it from the middle, it gives them the option to go at it from either side, basically. Yeah, the reason that we will eventually, and I say we, I mean me, will be replacing all of these warehouses, which are, you know, three planks or 3 logs to build, rather than 4 planks and 2 logs, so half the resources, and we don't need to have turned them into planks. Is all of these flashing alerts really do bug me, but at the moment we are doing what we need to do to make progress. I am vaguely tempted, actually, while we're in a drought, to maybe drop this down another level. So put a step, once we've gone down 1, put a staircase in and go down a bit deeper, so that we definitely have the capacity to push this water out. And I've realized, actually, I really wanted to get here. We're going to have to manually control these floodgates, which I'm not a fan of. I really like my automation, so yeah. Once we're over here, we will be able to get down here and deal with this as well, which will be good. Yeah. Oh, cool. We've got some ability to pump water out of here again, which is nice. So, yeah, I kind of like just having that as a gentle feed of water into the colony. At some point we need to get rid of that as well. That's I mean, it does the job, but it'll look neater, won't it? It'll look neater. Yeah. The other thing we can do once we've dealt with this, so and really that is going to be once we've got all of the dynamite placed, and we're getting there, and we've got the floodgates built, We need both elements done. The reason I started from the middle is that means then they can have options to pick up from either side. Yeah, once we've got those done, we can think about retaining water back here. I mean, we're not going to be able to retain a lot because it's only 1 deep at the moment, and we'll eventually want to be dynamiting it out to make it deeper, but it'll help. And the same here, because this big area actually retains water in a drought for a few days anyway. So if we blocked off these, that'd be even better. And we should maybe think about doing that as kind of next job. So many jobs, because we've also got to do this. There are so many things to get done, but we'll get there. We'll get it done. We will get it all done. I find it really weird that they will run over this stuff to build. Oh, cool. That explosives is all in, so we can now delete this chunk of path. That means we're going to lose those resources. I'm not worried about losing those few logs. We need to keep making progress on this. So this is going to be a high priority. Because there's bad water in here, if we want to go a level deeper, we really need to get this done during the drought. So, yeah. And we do have some homeless beavers now, so let's give that a bit of priority as well, because we've not got a lot of explosives. We've got a decent amount of bad water, so I'm going to pause bad water pumping. Oh, that's only like 10. No, it's 5. Is it 5 bad water per 5? So divided by 5, so that's what? Why can't I do 200 divided by 5? 40 explosives, so that'll keep them going for a little while. Yeah. And it's just a constant battle for it. I mean, I'm really glad I did this because it's giving us a bad water supply during the drought, which otherwise we wouldn't have had. Yeah. Once this is in, we will detonate this. I definitely think then putting in a staircase is going to be a good idea. But yeah, our explosives factory is only working at it's working at the rate that it works at. We've only got 1 explosives factory. What can you do? Apart from make more of them, but we don't have the beavers to run more of them. So yeah. That's what we're doing, you know. And it means we're getting multiple bits of projects done. We need to get this done then. Get some water pumps put in place so that we can take the water out of this system. And this is going to generate us some challenges, let's say, in terms of having to plug off other areas. Cool, so we need 4 more explosives. We've got 2, unless they've already placed. And we need 3 more explosives, and we've got 2. Even better. So that's good. They can't get to that at the moment. I'm just going to delete these and lose the 6 logs. I do not care. I'm that reckless. At some point I will regret that, but you know, there's trees over here we could cut down if we're really that desperate for 6 logs. I know I'm crazy. I'm utterly crazy. What I am is utterly exhausted. I know that's a reoccurring theme. I don't often talk about stuff like that in these videos, but I'm still away in the hotel from the previous video. It's actually the following morning. It's actually now 20 to 6 the following morning. I've been awake since about 3:45, I think it was. Yeah, my brain woke up very early. And I actually sat and edited the video I recorded last night at like 4 a.m. Yeah. It's rendering on my other laptop, which is quite slow. My other laptop is quite old, so yeah. Hey. I always have this idea that when I go away, I'm going to get loads of sleep because I don't have the dogs that are going to wake me up, and it's going to be wonderful, and it never happens. I never get loads of sleep. Never. Yeah. We could do with... Maybe we should get this guy to focus on mangroves. And you can be paused, which gives us a spare beaver. And you're going to go into hauling until we need more science. I would quite like to get one of the monuments built, but we've got 5 people working on research, so I think that's okay. Maybe we could throw, as the beavers grow up, we could maybe start throwing more of them at research while we don't need them doing other jobs. So, yeah, maybe we do that. Maybe we do. We've got 2.5k water left with 7 days to go, which is pretty cool. I like that. I like that. These really help. And that's going to be, you know, if we can get water stored in here and have pumping through droughts and bad tides, that's going to be so much better, so less stressful, and we can actually focus on making positive progress then. Right, first explosion time. Let's go. Was that good for you? I quite enjoyed it. So if we throw a staircase about there, there's a high priority build. I don't know if it's going to... We need to let them build the staircase first. That's okay, because they can stockpile a little bit of explosives. And then, yeah, we're going to cut away probably a big-ish chunk of this. Yeah. Just to give us a bit more outflow capacity. We might actually blow that out as well, because that'll let more bad water flow in, or more water, yeah, if we've got a bad tide. So we're probably going to need to do that. We're going to need a path, I think, which means I could have got those logs that were up there. Oh. So given that we're putting the path in, I think we should probably aim to do... we've got 7 days. We should aim to do as much of this as we can. So I'm going to high prioritize it all. And we'll see what they can get done. This is kind of then second order, because really this needs to be done first, because this is step 1. This we should now be able to have a clean water source coming through. So if I will want these closed. The only time I will want these open is if there is contamination out here. And really probably what I should be doing is having a stream gauge here, probably. Maybe here. So that what we'll do is if contamination hits here, we open these so that it then goes that way. We could use that stream gauge as well to control these. So that's kind of, you know, that'll work. That'll work. Yeah. But we really need to get this built whilst the drought is going on, because it means beavers aren't having to paddle in bad water, and that means our beavers aren't getting infected. And we've only had the one that happened on, so that's good. That's good. I'm really, really tempted to plan more building, but I know I should. They're working on that as well. Yeah, why not? You know, why not? It's they're all things that need doing, and we're actually now at a point where we do want this to be built. So I'm wondering about how high to go. So what I might do actually is delete that level and put another staircase and build across there. So I think that is low enough that we should be able to retain some water but not have flooding going on, and then we can maybe move it up, because this should be clean water coming through here. So yeah, this should be completely clean water that we get now, which is going to be really weird. Going to be really weird. We can get into some more traditional TimberBorn gameplay. And what I'm going to need to do is then focus on plugging some more of these holes. So we've got this. This needs plugging still. That's done. This needs dealing with. We could take that out because it'll just ease flow. And I want to sort this out. Probably going to tidy this up a bit as well. But, yeah. They're kind of, again, lower priority things that we don't need to panic on, I think. It's been a lot of panic-related stuff. Oh, well, they're cool. They're across there. They've picked those up, so that's good. I guess that's because, yeah, we're quite low on the old explosives, so get those logs. So they're starting to work on building these floodgates as well, which is really good. And again, what we'll do is we'll make sure they get that built as well. We'll have a nice bit of automation going on here, because I like my automation. It's yep. And what we'll do is we'll have it set up so that when there's contamination, these close, these open, and these open. I might. We'll have to clear some trees out so we can get a path back here. I might put a stream gauge back here so that we can, if there's contamination, we can open these first to, or we do it earlier. I'll see. I will, I'll work it out as we get there, basically. I'm going to start retreating this path a little bit so that we can put a bit more dynamite in. Let that in. So yeah. How are we doing for? We've used half our BADWATER, so let's re-enable you, which should just take someone away from research, which is okay. We're almost up to 1,000, and I do think that next we should unlock the labor monument. It's only 200 logs. We've got access to loads of timber. Well, relatively loads. In a little while we'll probably be desperately short of timber again. But yeah, I think that's going to be a good thing. Get a bit of a well-being boost going on. And yeah, I'm gonna let them get this stuff done, and we'll get through the drought, and I'll be back. We're back. We're most of the way through the drought, so 0.7 of a day. I've been running at triple speed to get things done. I've messed around with the priorities a bit because we're clearly not going to get all of this placed before the drought ends. In fact, we're not going to get most of it placed. So I'm probably going to have to delete this staircase very soon. In fact, probably now, which means we're not going to have all of this done. We'll see what they get placed or finished before the day ends. And then we'll do some stuff. I could go 24-hour workday, but it's just placing explosives, and I don't really feel that that's necessary. That feels excessive to me. So it would have been nice, but we've achieved quite a lot anyway. So yeah, as the day draws to a close, I'll just see if anyone's going to come down and finish off any more explosives. It would have been nice to get this strip in, but I don't think we're going to, so let's delete that. We can reattack this at a later date. Let's detonate that. And they will be able to place this line of explosives if we need to, so we could make that a medium priority. And And we may as well detonate that. So, drought over. This should be our first time of having completely clean water coming through into the colony. We also still have water, which is kind of impressive. We don't need, assuming that we're going to have completely clean water, we don't need to delete the staircase here now, which is also cool. So let's just have a bit of a watch of all of this, and then we'll get some beavers set up for pumping. I've got a lot of beavers on hauling duty at the moment, so we will be able to free up a fair amount of beaver power to be getting stuff done. Yeah, if we go back to a few less, and we can pause a bunch of those as well. We're up to 59 beavers. Wow. Population is really growing. And I actually wonder whether, rather than worrying about blocking this off, whether we should just block off across here so that we get water quicker, so that we don't fill this lake up. That might be more sensible. All right. Get the water flowing through quicker. But yeah, there it goes. Off the back of the map. Rather than towards our colony. No, that's cool. It's a first we have achieved. It's taken, I guess, 6 episodes, because the first 2 we failed and we had to reboot. We probably will want to be looking at removing these restrictions, I think. But yeah, it's taken us a few episodes. But we have a clean water supply. We have a leaky water supply still, but it's clean. So I'm pretty pleased with that. So we can make sure you can be paused. We'll get those queued up. I think we should then focus on finishing building this, really. Get stuff finished that we've started. So, but we still need to, where am I going? All the way over here. We still need to get these floodgates built so that we're ready. Let's just check that I've not had any unintended consequences. I don't believe so. It'll just end up flooding out of here somewhere into this system, which runs off the map. So, yeah. So we need to finish this next, so that we've got bad tide defense, really. So let's make that the priority. It's really tempting to not do that, but if we get a bad tide and these floodgates aren't in, then I could have been more efficient, because I could have just put them there, but it's almost cresting that. So, yeah. I do want to get rid of those obstructions. But yeah, what I'm thinking is if we get a bad tide next and we've not built these, then anything that we do downstream is a waste. And then we should look at putting across a little dam. And I could just use dams, really, I think. So we could do that. It feels really like basic for where we are, you know, in terms like for how long we've been playing. That feels really basic, but retaining a bit of water up here is kind of sensible, I think. So yeah, we want to, this nice clean water we have, we want to open these up. And get nice clean water flowing around here. This 0% contamination. I don't think we've seen that before. Will we need so many beavers pumping water? Who knows? Will we be able to focus on other jobs for a change? Who knows? Am I going to focus excessively on... I managed to confuse myself. I forgot I'd stopped the recording, and the OBS recording looked much shorter than I thought it was. Am I going to still obsess over things and confuse myself? Yes, probably. Am I going to obsess over water was going to be my question. Yes, probably. At least for a little while. So, but it's really nice that this appears to be doing what I had hoped. Yep. It appears to be doing what I had hoped. We can detonate that as well. And in theory now we could replace, if we did some stuff, we could put the rest of the dynamite in there, but we're not going to at the moment. So let these guys focus on finishing building this. We have a reasonable supply of planks. These are being kept filled up, which is great. We could cut logs locally. Locally sourced is always good. You know, locally sourced is always good. It's very popular, isn't it? But yeah, and it's so tempting to want to push this again. But if it's a bad tide that comes, as I keep saying, this is the priority, because without this built, we will still get hit by that bad tide. But this could be the episode that really, well, the last episode and this episode are really going to have changed things for us. Clean water. Look, clean water. We could, it's only 1% contaminated, but we could fix that by just getting these open. And we can probably get this flushed through as well. I'm not sure why you're in there dumping water, but hey, I'm not gonna argue with you at this point. I am gonna go excessive on the water pumping, probably excessive, you know, just for now. And I think I'm gonna pause one of the breeding pods because the population is growing quite quickly. Now, I'm putting them to use in jobs where they're going to have positive benefit in that they're going to be restocking our water supply. And hopefully that means we don't need to do the 24-hour working thing. Yeah. Have I got a full builder's hut as well? Making sure, yeah, so we've got 8 builders going and 7 haulers. That should be pretty good, I think. That should be pretty good. Yeah. And they're just running around doing the things. I'm still not convinced we need 2 farmers to keep that little plot of land going. But hey, I think they could be doing more useful things. We can probably ease up on the cassava fermenting, and I'm going to put more into hauling. I think hauling's big at the moment, and we're big into the hauling at the moment. Because we're going to have so much more hydrated or hydratable land by dealing with this problem. And I guess the smart thing that we should be thinking about doing with this at some point when we've got more resources is if we're going to dam across here, we should at least have a floodgate in here. Now, I would want to be using some of the bigger metal floodgates, and we don't have the resources to build those yet because we want, you know, at least 5 or 6. So, we probably want to be working towards treated planks soon. And in terms of level, I could be building to... and this level is fine. In fact, the level above that we had would be fine. But let's get built to this level because it means we're at least storing some water. And some water is better than none water. Yes, I know that's really good English. I'm good with the words, me. 2,200 water and 1,000 food. I love it. I love it. So the other thing that we will maybe be able to do... Actually, yeah, what we could do. I don't know if they're close enough. Is now that we've got this water source clean, if we put a ladder in, or a staircase in there... I'm going to go back up to a half on this now. If we put a staircase in there, we could plant some more mangroves in the little horseshoe lake, because we do keep that hydrated, and we're not growing enough mangroves with this little patch. So that seems to me like a good idea. I've just taken another drought approaching, so that means that we should focus on this guy, not on this guy. So let's make that switch. Because we don't need to worry about a bad tide. So let's focus on getting some water stored in here. We've got 3 days again to try and get something built here. It'd be good if we could build from either side, but that would mean building all the way up here, which I don't fancy. Something that I'm tempted to use that I haven't used in a long time is gravity batteries, because we've got a lot of height change here. And I've got really fixated on using the flywheels. The flywheels are awesome. It's an awesome mod, and they're great for storing huge amounts of power. But I think early on, it could be quite good for us to have some gravity battery capability. I mean, they're gravity batteries, or the 10 metal, 10, 40, 40. Whereas a medium flywheel is 40, 20, 40. So, yeah. And maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe I've just talked myself out of it. But we don't have at the moment, apart from this, which maybe isn't a problem. We've got a couple of spare beavers. What do we want them doing? Let's get a few more water pumps going. Yeah, I don't think we're going to have this in a position where it's going to be completely awesome, to be honest. In 2 days, I'm not going to do any craziness. I'm not going to do any craziness. That didn't work last time. We've got this we can pump some water out of. It's going to be better because it's going to be clean water. Yeah. I'm not going to do anything crazy this time, I don't think. No. I'm so pleased that this worked. I'm so pleased that this worked. There's a lot of capacity in here still. So that if we do need to push a bad tide through, I think we'll be able to. I will, in the drought, get them to finish off placing these explosives. Yeah. I feel like we've turned a huge, huge corner. I feel like we've turned a huge corner. And it feels quite good. It feels quite good. I'm going to take you out of there. We're actually a beaver short still. Okay. I was going to throw a beaver in here, but I'm not going to now. But that's done. So, yeah, we can plant at least part of this with mangroves. So, where's the boundary? I wish it kept the boundary up. So, I'm going to kind of put my finger on the screen because, you know, that's how us pros do it. So that's the boundary there. I don't know what those trees are that I put in the water, but they ain't going to grow. And then that one there. So plant trees, mangrove. I think that was there. So let's remove those. Were they oak trees that I was trying to plant? Underwater oak trees. They're the future. There we go. So we'll obviously need someone to pick the mangroves off, but that's a way off yet. So yeah. And hopefully Buddy will get all of those planted and that'll be good. Over here we are, yeah, we're not really going to have retained any water, maybe like 2 blocks there. We have got nearly 3,000 water stored, which is pretty darn solid. I think the game's going to throw a curveball at me now. I know that. You know that. Everyone knows. Just don't mention it, okay? We're going to get the full force water pumping in action, I think. Yep. And I might do on the last day a 24-hour just to really push it. So I have still needed to have a lot of pumping going on, but once this is built, I think that'll alleviate that situation. We'll put at least, I want to get maybe 3 or 4 water pumps set up somewhere up here, and that should sort us out quite nicely. I suspect that our beavers have been quietly, they've been quietly working away over here, even though I've told them that it's a low priority job. They've still been working on the thing that I've said don't do. It's not a problem. It's not a problem. Maybe they're doing a bit of both. Maybe they're doing a bit of both. This is quite a big building project, I guess. So, yeah, it's quite a big building project. And it's still quite a small colony. I have to remember that we're not the colonies that I had before, where, you know, we just had so many builders. That it would, you know, you could do a job almost instantly of that scale. That was like a non-job to build something like that. Whereas now it's quite a big job. It's quite a big job. Again, you're working on the thing that I've told you is low priority when there's a high priority job. Or if I make it highest priority, will you work on it then? You know? And yeah, I get that maybe naturally the beavers want to build a dam across a river, but there's a bigger river. There's a waterfall. If you dam that, it'll be better. We won't have to have so many beavers constantly pumping water to burst for being ready for drought. So we're going to go through the night. We're going to go through the night just to see if we can hit full water storage. Yeah. And then we will reevaluate. And again, I'll switch focus then. I want to go finish off the explosives placing. We've now got some explosives to place, so that would be good. We've got some explosives to place, so right, let's go back. So I don't forget, we'll go back down to a 16-hour working day. as we look at a 13-day drought. I can cope with that. I can cope with that. I'm really glad that we're not getting the insane 20 to 30-day droughts yet. Yeah. So we now need to switch focus again. We'll drop in one of them, one of them, and we'll go back to placing explosives, please, and thank you. And we'll also advanced attached to stream gauge there. Contamination low threshold. If the contamination is below, let's go 2%, go to 0. If the contamination is above 4%, close. And that should sort that out. We'll do the same over here. So we'll attach to stream gauge and contamination low threshold. If the contamination is below 2%, you shut. And actually, if contamination is below 2%, you shut. If it's above, you open. That's right. And then if the contamination is above 4%, you open. Cool. And then for these guys, we want the opposite. So attach to stream gauge, attach to stream gauge, wash, set low threshold. If the contamination is below 2%, you open. If it's above 4%, you close. Cool. I'm being a bit more lax with the boundaries because from what we've seen on playing on here, I don't need to do the 1-2% thing. I can be a bit more chilled on the levels that I set it to. I forgot to put that higher, but that's okay. Yeah, we can be a bit more chilled with things. So we can also get you guys pumping, and you now have completely clean water to pump. We can pause all of these guys and girls, and all of these. So that's a whole load of beavers freed up. Well, 17 beavers. So let's make sure all of the farms are fully populated. Let's get power going. Let's fill up the thingy. Let's get the thingies going. Let's get those thingies going. So probably don't want quite so many doing that job. You replanting. Let's get you picking berries. Very good. Very good. And we'll take off some pine resin as well. And how's our supply versus demand? We have some spare demand, so let's make a few gears as well. I should have had the metal beams running while we were... I should have those running, actually. So we're actually short some beavers. So I'll pause a few of those. There we go. Yep. So I haven't done the math, but I'm pretty sure we're 60 beavers are going to use 120, 150 water. So yeah, we're okay for for water, food. We're just, we're producing food. We probably need actually think now about setting up another farm. And I think maybe over here might be a good idea, or over here. So we're going to do that, and I'm going to put in a water dump over here, and we're going to put another farm in, because with population growing, we do need to think about the fact that more food would be more good. There is some more area we could farm here, so maybe we should be farming that. Let's plant a few more kohlrabis. Cassavas doesn't seem too bad. Let's throw in more cassavas there for now, and we could probably throw in more cassavas behind this now that we actually have clean water in this thing. And we could replant the berries in here now, but we don't really need to, so, Yeah, it's all very strange. It's all very strange. This feeling of being able to make progress. So, back over here. Back over here. Explosives are going in. Let's make sure they gather those up. Are explosives going in? Explosives will be going in. Explosives will be going in. Let's say that. Yeah. And we will, yeah. So what we need to make sure we get done before I get too distracted with many more building projects, like putting in more farms, because actually our food is okay. We're not harvesting all of the food, which means our food is okay, and we've got a lot of unprocessed cassavas. So yeah, we are okay for food. And there's an awful lot of blueberries there that need picking. So, I feel like we've turned a massive corner in the last two videos. I feel like we've turned a massive corner. This is going to be the next big change, and we do need to plan out water pumping, and it really, because it's like the lowest point, we should definitely be aiming to have a water pump drop into here, which means we are going to need to unlock the triple platform. So I think we should do something like that, because I can't see us going any higher with the dam. I mean, it can only, actually they can only drop down 6, and I've built 7, so maybe unnecessary actually. And maybe what I should do is place one that's down, that goes down into here. Yeah, what I'm going to do is do that. And so we can pump every last drop of water out of this thing. I'm going to need to get rid of those. So we'll then go there. We'll unlock the double platform as well. We'll do that. And then we'll put a water pump on top of there. So we will also need to dynamite out. I'm going to... Should we do that? We'll do both of those. And then we'll do that as well. The others I'll probably put up higher. But That one will allow us to pump out to the very bottom of where water can get to. And so we do need to enable a few other bits and pieces now. As things have got more sorted. Like, for example, we've got time, actually. I'm going to demolish a bunch of these. If I demolish all of those, because demolition's relatively quick, so let's just make sure that's a priority. And then I'm going to rebuild what we had in here to be deeper. Yeah. Oh, I'm making good progress with all of the stuff over here still. Nice. Things are going okay. Things are going okay. They're going much better. I'll say that. I'll say that. They're going better. We've got a couple of spare beavers. So where do we want to put those? Probably into science. And just gonna pause the game a second. I want to grab one of the beavers. I mean, you've got 13 well-being, so you're getting. Yeah, I think we should. We should be putting in a labour monument. We should actually. We probably need to put in 2. If I put one there, can they get to it? I don't think they can. I'm going to have to rebuild it, which I might end up doing. I could put it there. That hits all of those houses and the campfires and the rooftop terrace. Let's do that. And then I think we'll put one there, which hits the other houses. So that's like 2,000... It's like 400 logs. So let's get the game moving again. And I'm going to make those a low priority job. A lowest priority job. Even. So they'll do them, but not urgently. I would like them to do these quite urgently. There we go. He's getting on with destroying some of these things. Because then I think we're going to get them to demolish these ones as well. Mainly because you can't build on them. And you have to be able to get on top of them to destroy them. And then I want to build up here rather than just having the 1 block high. Yeah. Cool. And that's happening. So there is a floodgate there, which will go in. Although I actually think that what we should do, rather than putting a floodgate there, I feel that we should probably, not even dams, I think we should, until we need to move water into that area, I think we should just levee across it. Maybe as a low priority job. As much as it pains me, I'm going to tell them to destroy that. We'll make that a low priority. We don't need to build those anymore because they'll get at that from the back. And I'm going to get them to destroy those trees and we can connect the path up that way then. Yeah. That's all in, so let's delete the path and get that in. It's a high priority job. We've got 6.5 days of drought left. Those two dudes are still pumping water. They are, you know, the saviors really, because we are still at 3,000 water, and having those two pumping is just making so much difference. So having this in and having some water pumps in here is going to be game changing. That's in. Detonate. So how wide is this thing? Go all the way to back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We should be able to hydrate the whole thing, and then if I went from the path 1, 2, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, so I think if we put a water dump in here, we'll hydrate a huge amount of that. Obviously, a lot of it should be hydrated by the river, and particularly if we've got this dammed off, but it will dry out. So having the water dump there is kind of a safety net, I guess. Yeah. We have 2 spare beavers. What are we going to get spare beavers to do at this point? Cut down trees? We can't be doing... We could be farming this land now. I don't think we need to know. We can't be doing metal because I don't think we have the power. Might as well pick those few berries that are there, I guess, and then we'll turn that off again. So, I don't know. I don't know. I like the way the population is growing now. That probably means that we should be putting in some more campfires and things like that. We need to be doing so much more for well-being, but yeah. Campfires is what you get. I guess we could build some scratchers as well. I'm assuming that they're not all getting their scratchy bonus. No, only half of them with 2. So if we put 3 more in, they should maybe all get their scratchy bonus. How are we doing for campfires as well? Yeah, we're low on all of those. So that'll give us a bit of a bonus. These are going to give us big boosts when they are built. Yeah. When we're not doing life-saving building, it's just what everything's been so far. So we don't even need to have a ladder to that. We can just come across there. Which is going to be nice. And we're at the point where we're going to be starting to retain water once that's in. Awesome. That explosives is in. So we just need to do this last little piece. And our initial colony would then be somewhat safe from the bad tide. I'm going to pause you. We don't need you working. So we still have 2 spare beavers. I'm just going to throw them at research, I think. You've done your time. Maybe more tree cutting. We have I've not quite filled up the pine resin, so we'll let you go as well. Yeah. Yeah, so we're now going to be storing some water, which is great for you. And actually, speaking of storing some water, we need to get this built back in. So what I think we do is we go levees. And we do that, which I know is not that different. I just wanted to get those blocks deleted while we could. And we're going to make that a high priority job. Yeah. That's all in, so delete that. Stop prioritizing that. In fact, we probably want to empty that now. So delete that, and they can pick those up as priority. Yeah. I guess next target is maybe blocking that off once we've dealt with this one. Maybe this actually should be a priority. It'd be really nice to hold some water for a little while, wouldn't it? Yeah. You're right. It would. It would. I will need to remember, though, to do this on all of these, because otherwise, if we are retaining water and we don't, we will just pump it all out. So, yeah. But I'm mega impressed that we're like 2,000 water still and only a few days from finishing the drought. That's back in, which is good. And now the next level up is going in, which is great. They're getting that built, which is great. I'm just going to see how that sets us for water before I worry about going up another level. So if we now do water, because we have the deep water pumps, because it's iron teeth, we can do that. And in that case, I think what we want to do is drop a staircase down there as a priority, and then demolish, 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 demolish. I just want to be able to get the water into that area from, so we won't hold water here anymore. We'll pump water out of here instead. So we need to put a little bit of path just there. And they can be deleted. As we have 0.2 days left of the drought. Right. That's brilliant. I'm so pleased that that's in. That's going to be really good. Yeah, super pleased with that. That's in. So what we want to do now is reprioritize these. Ready for if we get a bad tide. I know I keep jumping and changing what's a priority, but that's kind of how things work at this point. As the priorities of the colony change. Yeah. It's the reality. It is the reality of it. So our crazy amount of research going on is going to stop very soon as we put all of those into pumping water. But ending the drought on 1.8k water just seems insane to me. From where we were to where we are now, yeah. And it's going to be a bit longer because this is going to have to fill before it will overflow. So that's going to add a bit of lag, but we get to pump the water out of it in a drought. So, you know, this guy's going to be able to pump water. You know, Frank here, not Frank, going to be able to pump water. And we're going to have a water tank up there for that. But yeah, that's cool. That's very cool. We just need to now keep an eye on everything else. Make sure that water is actually going to make it out of the system. So I need to keep an eye on all of my levels. To make sure that it's going to overflow, which it is, and here it comes. And yeah, so we do want to block this one off, but we could then go, if we push this up 2 levels, we could go a level higher. But what we need to do now is get these guys and girls and everything else pumping water. And we will set these to be a half. And that'll be good. So we are 10 beavers short, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You can be unpaused. So we'll see what that drops us out. Yeah. Got a spare beaver. So while we've got power, we're going to smelt a bit of metal. This is great. This seems crazy to me, but hey, we're in a different world now. We're in a different world. If I put a deep water pump there, that's not so great. So we actually want to come out over this a little bit. So let's build some platforms to put that on, and then go water pump there. Like that. And you don't really need to be pumping. We would be much better off having probably you pumping. And having these be open. And we've got 2 spare beavers. So guess what? You pump the water. How are we looking over here? Very close. We are very close. We have 1 more to build. I would then like to get this one built to block this off. Because that will mean, and we want to get that one done as well, really. So that all of the water is at least coming to us first. Although maybe we should get this done next. Yeah, we should get this done next. Because I can always let some water out of here if I really want to by just destroying stuff. But actually being able to just pump this water out is going to be so good. It's going to be so good. So we set up 2 water pumps. We actually probably want more than that. If we want to... Oh, we've got our first bad tide. So yeah, let's get back over here. We need to make sure that this gets built. It is the highest priority. All of the materials are here. So, yep. We'll actually... I think that's going to be a really good timing, actually. We'll get this tested. This whole system. And then we'll end the video. Because because we can build water pumps during the bad tide. That's fine. That's fine. I'm less nervous now about going into a bad tide because we've got this whole thing is going to be relatively full of water. I mean, it will evaporate, but this bit here, you know, we've seen that those few blocks of water sustained the colony really well. So, yeah. If we get a couple more water pumps in here, we should be good. We should be good. So, yeah, if they could just get this finished, that would be lovely. Because we'll then be, in theory, bad tide proof. I've just realised I had an OBS crash, which is a bit annoying. So I'll give you the short version. It works. We are in a 15-day bad tide. You missed my very excited commentary of the divert works. I'm sorry. I didn't realise that it had crashed. Yeah, the automation works. The divert is working. It's brilliant. It's turned this into a toxic mess. But that's a problem for future me or the beavers that might end up over here. At the same time, I've then set up demolishing all of this. So that's going to get cleared out so we can block this off to speed up the water flow. They also got the floodgate over here built. I've put it at a half because when I put it up to 1, the water level up here actually was pretty high. So having it at half will mean water will get through to us quicker. So that's okay. We've got water being pumped out of here now, which is very cool. I've got a bunch of stuff I need to sort out, but let's get this water pump placed. We'll do 2 twos. I would like to have 3. I'd probably like to have 4 water pumps going actually right through the drought/bad tide. So we'll do that as well. I've put another layer of levees in because I'm pretty sure that we can support that with where the water level ended up. We can do quite a bit higher, I think, but I'm not sure if we need to. So we'll keep working on that. I might end up bringing it up, maybe all the way up to here. We'll see as we go through. Yeah, so let's sort out our resourcing and then we'll call it a day. So pause. Definitely pause you. Jeez, oops. Pause. All of you. So many spare beavers. Get you going in there. We're not going to have enough power to run everything. So let's just see how it all works out. If I paused you. Pause. Why can't I click on you? Pause. Yeah, 9 spare beavers. So, yeah, the power's about right. That's about right. Are we actually at the point where we have a good amount of beavers? We might be. Yeah, so we're starting our 14-day bad tide with over 3,000 water, but with all of this stored water we can pump out. So annoyed that didn't record. I'm so annoyed. Yeah, that is so frustrating. It's so frustrating. It was a moment, and I shared it with myself. But hey, probably want to empty that because I'm going to turn this into a farmable area. I'd probably like to get rid of that thing. Yeah, so they're working on building that now. That's good. That's really deflated me. It's kind of frustrating. Oh well. What do we want to do next? So I've got, as I said, I've got these queued up to get done. I would like to make sure that they happen. And the reason that I decided to destroy trees rather than come down early, because there's these slopes here. So, and then yeah, we'll build in here. We'll put in, I'm going to levy up to the same level as this. So we'll come up to here. Yep, I've got these being emptied now. And that's kind of that, I guess. So, thanks for watching, guys. I'm sorry you missed the kind of epic moment. It's how this works sometimes, isn't it? Anyway. Welcome back to TimberBorn, and the benefit of being up mega early is I am recording the next video today, still before work. Yeah, I know. It's I'm probably not going to get this one finished, but hey, it's kind of good to get a few ahead for me, because that way I'm more chilled about stuff. So how are we looking for other things other than panicking about dealing with floods, I guess? We actually have some mangroves up here now. So apart from the idea that I'm just wondering how we get down to harvest these effectively. And I'm thinking maybe we put a few random staircases in. And we might just be able to drop a harvesting dude there. We really don't need those there anymore. I feel like we could actually get rid of those and plant some more trees maybe. In fact, we are not going to do that. We are going to remove them. We obviously still have power problems. Really, we could do with a few engines. You know? Let's be honest. That's how the folktale, the Iron Teeth really do power. But to do that, we probably need to be growing a lot more wood. We can now expand the area that we're growing trees. So let's do that. Let's make use of the maximum area that our forester can forester. So that does impact our ability to do industry here, but I think maybe we keep this industry area as what it is, and maybe we build a new one which isn't based on power from water wheels, maybe somewhere down here. So, yeah. But we obviously need to be producing a lot more lumber. If we wanted to build an engine, we would need more metal than we have. So that might be a job for after the bad tide. No, I don't think that we could store enough power here to get us through bad tide. So probably ultimately we want to relocate everything that's here to a new area. That's maybe got a combination of power wheels and it looks like we need some more scrap metaling going on. So let's take someone out of somewhere and get them doing scrap metal. Was that? Yeah. to get that built and then the one more that we are planning. So let's actually plan the one that we're planning. Planning's good. So I think we did double and a double again, and then yeah, we can. I think having 4 water pumps running through droughts and bad tides for the size of the colony is going to make things a lot better. Now we've got fresh water. This, I suspect they're putting logs in there because there's no log storage anywhere else. So, and there is, yeah, there's probably no log storage anywhere else. So that's okay. Is okay. How are they doing over here? Yep, so they've got that done. So if we connect these up, and I want to make sure that this is a high priority job, we may as well demolish that one as well. And then we'll get that built in. That will, in theory, mean that we are no longer leaking water anywhere. So that'll be good. They've not really made too much of a dent in this yet, which is also pretty good. We have some homeless beavers again, so I am wondering if we, I don't know what, I don't really have a plan in my head yet for how we're going to really structure things. So it's all a bit random at the moment, if you hadn't guessed. It's all a bit random. But, you know, I'm just at the moment, I'm just glad we're beyond surviving. And we've got a moment to catch our breath, and you know, we've pretty much got a dam built now, which is going to be great. We've got the ability to pump water during bad tides and droughts, which is great. Yeah. It's also different. It's also different. We did not connect the path all the way up, which is not great. There we go. I'm going to make removing these obstructions a kind of mid-priority. Basically, I want the water to flow better through there because it's quite narrow. So, yep. And one thing that I'm not sure about, I don't know if it can be, if mappers can adjust it and whether the mapper has adjusted it. The evaporation doesn't feel as extreme on here as it does on a normal map. So, and that's a plus. That's a definite plus. Yeah. So how are we for power? I guess we're full of explosives, so we could swap explosives power to being metal power, and that might allow us to build the engine. And then I think, in preparation for the fact that we are going to be expanding the colony, I am going to put in a water dump here, and we'll set up some more farming over here. Yeah, I think we're going to get a new industrial area running over here. We'll maybe put in some water wheels as well to power it some of the time, so we can make use of smart power. But look at moving away from the reliance on having beavers grinding away on Conan's wheel. Because that feels kind of archaic to me. Feels kind of archaic. It's also a little sad that they're doing that and none of the power's being used, but I can't be bothered to do the micromanagement, so yeah. You know, is what it is. I mean, having a dam, all of our very own, is going to be cool. That is going to be cool. Yeah. And we could plant more trees around here now, I guess, as well. So let's do that. And I should probably plant oak trees, but we'll do... Let's do a stand of oak trees like that. And then we'll do some more pine trees here, just to make it even. And I'll put in a few more foresters, just in case we're going to need them to cut down the trees. I know we're not really maxing out the capability of the forester with how we've got things set up, but Tapper Shack can be paused because we're pretty full on pine resin, so that's okay. Yeah. Not sure why you're not coming over and doing your thing. Got logs, you've got scrap. Oh, you're full of metal blocks. Okay. But do we not have storage for metal blocks? That would seem to be a bit of an oversight, wouldn't it? So I think that is a good point to do what I was considering doing. We've just disconnected ourselves from a ton of our water, but we'll fix that. And actually, I should probably do it here. Let's put in a ladder. Say high priority build, please. We'll put that back there. And we're then going to do industrial piles and platforms and paths, and you can be metal and you can be logs. I know it's a really long way from where the smelter is at the moment, but industry's going to be over here, so yeah, that will be fine. Will be fine. I kind of feel like now we maybe don't need the pumping capacity that we had down on this coast either. It might not be a thing we need to rely on quite so heavily now. We'll see. We'll see. So that's in. I am... let's go back over here. Let's not lose sight of all of the projects that I'm trying to get done. So we need to levy here. 3. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I guess across there. So we're going to need to put in a staircase. You get up here. Exactly. They're all gone. So I've got 9 days. I'm going to make these medium high priority jobs, and probably we actually want them to bring over those, and yeah, then we can start getting rid of some of this crap. Start getting rid of some of these as well, because I just think they're messy. Actually, no, we need these. We need these. Cancel. Cancel. I guess unless actually we replace this with a... that would be neater, wouldn't it? That can be super low priority. It's that low priority job, but we'll pause that. We'll unpause that. think then we'll actually go a level higher here, which means we need to change how we access that water pump. Still queuing up all of the building. I know, it's how I play. How I play. And probably it would be worth me thinking about chucking in another builder's hut. And maybe easing up on the science for now. And I only built the excessive number of scientists because we had spare beavers. Yeah, so spare beavers, put them in science. It's also good, like, this kind of time where we need to get someone to be picking these mangroves. I wonder if I put it in the middle. Can't quite reach all of them, so we might have to have two. I did. Wondering about putting another staircase in. So I'm going to do that. Bear with me. Bear with me. We're going to... I don't know if they're going to be able to, actually, but we're going to try and demolish one of the mangrove trees and put a staircase there and see if that lets them get down to it. Yeah. Right, how are they building this stuff yet? They are not. Are our haulers? Our haulers have... I told them to bring planks over. We don't need planks, so let's not bring planks over. We could swap that to be logs, couldn't we? Logs. So we've got lots of logs. Or we could just cut down logs. Let's do both. Someone's got a long old trip to work. Someone's got a long old trip to work, but, you know. I'm guessing our builder's hut's in, yeah. So let's pause a bunch of these. Helps if you actually press the P key to pause stuff. But yeah, that's the speed we like to build at. I did need some planks, I guess, to build the staircase. So, but they can just bring planks over while they're built, because they should be able to reach all of these. So that should work out okay. I believe it should work out okay. And yeah, I'm going to replace these, but we probably want to keep the connectivity. So I'll slowly work on replacing those with something where we maintain connectivity, but not flashy lights. And the same with these. And I know I've been saying I was going to replace this one forever, but I haven't yet. I think we need to make that happen as well. And then we can come back this way as well for some double height storage. And maybe we'll build our storage complex here with our industrial area off here. Water's staying good. Food is staying good. So that's all. Guess what? Good. Yeah. It's dropping a little bit, but not massively. So yeah, I'm pleased with how that's working. These guys are getting stuff done, we should probably high prioritize the staircase because they are going to have to bring, unless they've not emptied the planks out. Yeah, they haven't emptied the planks out yet, so that's good. That's good. Hopefully they will get that done for us. The reason I'm building it a bit higher, so I'm building it to the same level as this. This is kind of our max level then, and that's going to dictate how high we can build this. Yeah. And we're not going to be able to run, it might mean we can't run this. Well, we're not going to be able to run this all of the time once I go up another level. But we'll be able to store an awful lot more water. And that's a good thing. Although, you know, we're most of the way through this bad tide and we've been able to pump continuously. So I'm somewhat tempted to throw even more pumps along here. We would need to come in and demolish the rest of these, and that's not a big problem. We could actually just mark those to be done and get it out of the way as a job to do at some point for the beavers. We'll mark it as low priority. So, and then we will need to do a reasonable amount of demolishing. So, yeah, we need to knock that one down 2 levels. So, but if that means that we don't have the, you know, we're not emptying this out at all. So there's loads of water there still. I think that's a sensible way to tackle things. I think that's a sensible way to tackle things. This is at least blocked now, which is cool. Yeah, so that's going to hopefully speed everything up. Hopefully going to speed everything up. And just not having to put so many beavers into pumping water because we can pump water constantly. Game changing. Game changing. I don't want to say it. They can't demolish that. Okay, so let's cancel that. So we're going to need to tackle this in a different way. So you can do to there. So we'll need just throw one there. In that case, I'm just going to put one near that staircase. There we go. So, and I'm guessing that guy can, and that they're going to go anyway. So this might as well be deleted. And I'm going to set those to be emptied so that as they use the berries up, they kind of prioritize getting rid of those. I think our berry storage is full. So we can now produce metal, which means we can work towards producing an engine. It's cool. We're upping our timber cutting. We need to up our timber storage, which will come with that. I think we'll start working on a bit of a tower storage arrangement thingamabob over here. Potentially we can start to clear this lot out, I think. Yeah, the other thing that I need to be thinking about is closing up some of these. But let's get caught up on our building. Let's use this time to do that. So they've got those to finish off. We can probably go to triple speed at the moment. I don't think that would be a massive issue while we're over here. Just from a kind of tidiness point of view, we're going to get rid of those as well. Because they mildly bug me. So, yep. And as I've said a few times, eventually we might want to adjust some of these and get water flowing around the map in different places. But at the moment, we just need water going to where our beavers are living. So why wouldn't we want to maximize the rate that happens? There are other water sources as well. There's a clean water source down here. It doesn't look like it at the moment, obviously. And I think there's another one on the map as well. So, yeah. But we've got the next kind of phase of focus, I think, is preparing for a bit of an expansion and a bit of an up technology. So that'll be getting engines going, moving our little industrial area to be powered by engines, getting some hydroponics going, I think that will be good. So that water pump is being built now, which is also very good. That's all in and cleared out, which is great. So you can be paused. You don't need you doing anything, and you can just be set to be emptied again. Yep. I guess if we're building dams across there, we could just have you set to be kept full of logs so that when they come over and build stuff, they've got logs. I don't see a problem with that. And I'll leave that there just for in case we want to chop some more trees down over here. Yeah, it would be nice to get rid of this, and I think the best way to do that is to just levy across here. I don't think we're into building bridges yet. We're not that kind of colony. We're not that sociable. Right, that's in. So we're going to detonate that. I'm going to build Oh, I did put that on platforms. Good. We're going to platform there. We're going to control this off of a stream gauge, which is here. I know. Unusual. Possibly. I might change that, but we're going to put in a fluid dump. We're going to put in a pit tank so that it's got its own water supply. Set to water and obtain. And then we'll put in a pair of farmhouses. I want to have it that way, but that impacts how much land they can farm. What happens if I put it that way? That's actually better, which is kind of weird. So we're going to do that. We're going to have 2 farmhouses over here. You can be emptied. And yeah, what we're going to do is pause it for now. We're going to advanced, attach to stream gauge, and we are going to pause if the depth is greater than 0.1. We're going to unpause if the depth is less than 0.05. So that's my plan. Pause the farmhouse for now. And that way, I think it should automatically, once this dries out, the fluid dump should take over. But I only want to farm the area that the fluid dump covers, so we're going to put some markers in once the fluid dump is doing its thing. So that's in. So what I'm going to do is I think we can afford. Actually, we've only got 0.7 day left of this bad tide. Wow. Let's do that. I think we can afford to disconnect this guy and put in the staircase that we need. That's going to allow us to then delete that path and increase. I think we might do dams at that point. And we had a 14-dayer and we got through most of the water. So let's do one more. And then we might do dams. So it looks nice. I might still do a floodgate in the middle in case we want to let water out. I'm not sure. We might do a mechanical pump. Just so we could trickle water over to keep this area hydrated. I'm not sure. So that's the area that's going to be farmable. So what we'll do is I'm going to just mark this off with some path and some shrubs. I know. I guess actually I don't need that if I just plant the area. But we'll put path across to there. And I think we're going to start growing. We can't process it yet. But we're going to start growing canola on one side and soybeans on the other side, so that we can start doing fermented soybeans. So, let's do that. We are quite short of beavers now, so slow the time down. I'm just going to get this done, and then we'll work out how we readjust our workforce to compensate for that. So, you can be paused. You can all be paused, and that leaves us 2 beavers short. We don't need. We built extra lumberjacks, didn't we? Which we really don't need at the moment. I think this area we've probably got plenty of lumberjacks. We've got 3 there. Cover most of that, and then these 2 cover that area. We might need more. I'm not sure. We might need another one down here for this area. We'll see. We will see. But this will give us 5. Oh, we're through the drag. We're through the. Let's go. Pause. I want to see the switch happening. So, slow down. So the contamination is currently at 10%, 9%. So there is going to be a bit of a delay, a bit more of a delay actually with getting water through. So maybe I want to adjust that. So it's dropping quite quickly now. So I think this one probably we want to adjust. So maybe this one we have at like 15, 20. No, wrong way around. Pause. Because I can't have them close. Yeah, we want these to close, don't we? So yeah. I want to get water back into the colony, basically. I need to play around with that. But I mean, look how much quicker it's flowing through now. So I mean, that's good. That's good. And our water supply has, basically stayed up where it needs to be, but we are going to need to pump a little bit more water. So, probably we'll back off on the haulers and the builders, and that has freed up a whole load of beavers to do our... Oh, we've got a bit of a flood there, a bit of flooding because we've got our dam in for the first time, but that's okay. So yeah, we'll do a bit of a surge on the water pumping. This is paused now because the river's doing the hydration. Yep. A bit more flooding. Don't like that. We don't like that. Because we're getting flooding coming through in different places. Unintended consequences and all that. So how do we fix this quickly? How do we fix this quickly? This one's probably okay, because that's just going to give fresh water through the back there. I think what we have to do is delete that, delete that, delete that, and see if that is enough to drop the level, and then we'll have to get over there and fix this. Times get a bit more extreme. The law of unintended consequences and all that. Well, Murphy's Law. I mean, it's not too bad that we're just flooding some trees, but it's not great. So let's get ourselves over there to be addressing this problem. I wish beavers could swim. Didn't need ladders to go through water. So we need to get up there. So highest priority, these beavers, and then we need to run a path along here. Which of you spotted this coming, eh? And didn't tell me. And highest priority. There we go. Let's see if... Are there any problems there anywhere else? No. Just there. Okay. Let's speed up a little bit, and yeah. And flooding the trees for a bit is not the end of the world. Actually, having water coming through the back here is not at all a problem. So, and actually water's going to sit in there then, so yeah. But we can fix that. That's okay. That is fixable. Did not see that coming. Oh well. Did I pause both farms? Why did I do that? We are 4 beavers short now, so... I guess those can be paused for a bit. And we should unpause that breeding pod. Oh, cool. Our monuments are in, so should give us a nice boost in our well-being. Yeah, let's get this fixed. Getting this fixed, please. It's not one thing, it's another. Eh? That needs to be prioritized by haulers so that they actually empty it. they've got 9 days before it's an issue. There is another way that I could tackle it by maybe blocking. No, I was going to say blocking that off, but it's not going to work. So I do need them to get across the top here. And what I could probably do with is more builders. So let's get a couple more builders going. We've still got Conan's wheel going. So let's get those guys building instead. That would be a much more fun thing for them to do. Do something more fun instead. I think we're going to do a low priority, place some explosives along there as well. So we can just have a nice row of water pumps along here that we can just pump continuously. Make things much, particularly once we rebuild this, having destroyed a chunk of it, which doesn't seem to have actually helped that much. But let's ignore that, hey? Let's ignore that. I can't really relieve the pressure any other way. I guess I could let some out there, but that's not going to help much. I don't really want to either. Yeah. That'll get her done. And deleted so much because it's still leaking. It'd probably been quicker, but I tend to panic in these situations. And I guess the disadvantage is now, because I'm not storing stuff here, they're having to take stuff much further. Yeah. Oh well. Let's make the explosives a low priority, because they seem to be working on that as well. I just want them doing this job, please. Place that. Fix my flooding. Don't want dead trees. This is in, which is kind of cool. This is in. We're stockpiling metal so that we can build power at some point soon. So I would quite like to get into hydroponics as well. Actually, having this flowing means we could get some power wheels in here as well. Or well-being. Tuck a little sneaky shower. It's a bit weird. Shower next to rooftop terrace. Yeah, I know. One log will finish that. That's finished. So we've got a few more staircases to build and then the one levee. That's full. Because we're pumping a lot of our water up here. So storage. Let's build another one for them. And probably soon we want to be looking at going towards the large tanks. Soon. $15 well-being, eh? Well, the flooded buildings are a non-event. They're a non-event. Yeah, Mom. Hopefully I guess you're working on building that, yeah. So they can both be finished. If you would, beavers, if you would, that would be lovely. 3 days to a bad tide. Fine, not too fast on that. We will be okay. All the crops are planted. Cool. So we do need to start thinking about how we process those crops. But problem for future me. I'm hoping that now we're looking at beavers living a bit longer. So we're seeing 16 as a peak. I think we need 17 to get the next one. So, yeah. Oh, they've ripped. No, they've not quite ripped all of those out. So once all of those are gone, we're going to go on to... There's more stages to the plan. There's always more stages to the plan, isn't there? I know, yeah. I like me plans. I like me plans. So someone come finish it. There we go. And then we can come along and build this. And then we can start rebuilding the dam. Cool, that water tank's in, so that's going to be water set to supply and prioritized by the haulers as well. I feel we need a consolidation episode very soon. Probably where we grow the population, make sure that we've got enough water for everything. We're getting food a bit better, but we could do with, there we go. So we could do with making sure that our food supply is all sorted. Right, so let's delete you. Delete you, delete you, delete you, delete you, delete you, and then replace all of the levies. Oh, there's a bit of path there. Let's delete that. Replace all of the levies. So, and let's make that a high priority and see if they can build that in 2 days and see if we can store a bit more water. Yes, I'm not worried that this is flowing out. I think that's fine. And we can now get, well, we will be able to, once they've rebuilt this. I was more worried about protecting the trees from flooding, really. And these are still flooding, but that should get sorted. What we can do is we could put a levee there and then put our... Let me select the path. Put our staircase up there. And then path, and then we will path all the way along. I feel like we might just be pushing the problem somewhere else if we close this one, but you know what? Maybe if we do dams there, that'll let us just get a little bit deeper. Because I only want to go a little bit deeper than what it is now. So, yeah, actually that'll work. That will work. So, let's get this stuff built, beavers. And then we'll call it a day, because I have a job to go to. I know, amazing. What am I neglecting? I feel like I'm neglecting things. We don't have gear. We just don't have enough beavers at the moment beyond this. So I think, yeah, maybe next time we need to do a bit of a focus on... There's a few things. I want to start working on the new industrial area, but we need to do a little bit. I think this bit here, we should rework, and we should get a housing area and a well-being area going. I think that would be a good thing to have happening. You can go pick some more mangroves. Yeah. Clearly, we are, you know, we're in a way better place, but still feel like there's so much to do. So much to do. I'm looking forwards to seeing how this behaves. So we'll maybe run up to the start of the bad tide and then I'll call it a video, I think. Yeah, we'll run up to the bad side and we'll call it a video. Yeah, we need to sort processing this food out. Just a little bit of pushing well-being back up, because we've got quite a wide spread, I think. If I click back on here, you know, and I guess you're hungry and thirsty, so you just need to go get some food. But we've got some at 17, some down at 14, you know. Yeah, it's a bit of a mixed bag. It's a bit of a mixed bag, and that's something that I would like to improve. And dealing with all of the cheese that we did, we should deal with that as well. Yeah, there's a few things I'd like to tidy up next time. So. But I mean, mostly I'm pleased that we've got this done. And we're going to lose a ton of water when the bad tide kicks in. You'll get to see the bad tide thing happen that I missed at the end of the last video, assuming that the OBS doesn't do its thing again. So that'll be cool. That'll be cool. We've got a nice chunk of water stored. We haven't had to go quite so ridiculous on the pumping, which is really good. So nice having consistent water supply now. Yeah, so maybe I'm not going to push this up to the full height because that will cause us problems here and here, I think. And this is a lot of water. This is a lot of water. We could, if we really wanted to make more, blast some of this out, but we should make use of some of this land. Yeah. Oh, I have basically run out of the medication that treats the very severe headaches that I get. And I think I said yesterday it was a very stressful day at work, and didn't sleep much last night. And I'm already starting the day with a headache, and I have a very important meeting today. So it's partly why I've been distracting myself with beavers this morning. So yeah, I can already feel the headache building. I'm expecting the meeting to last all day. I'm kind of hoping that I get it done quicker. It's a meeting that I'm running, so it's like if I can get through her, get her done, then that'll be good. Have I been relying on water dumping this whole time? I have. Oh well. Do you know what? If you've been shouting at the screen, then cool. I don't care. We got through it. Actually, we've got what I could do is because this is at what 0.66. We could do attach to stream gauge. Low threshold. So if it goes below 0.5, it goes up to 1. If it's above 0.55, it goes to a half. That seems sensible, doesn't it? So let's do the same for this one. Attach to stream gauge. So if it's below 0.5, it goes to 1. If it's above 0.55, come on, 0.54 is going to be good enough. It goes to a half. So they should both drop to a half at that point. And then we're going to go pause. Let's go over here and watch the floodgates do the thing. So this is going to be changed slightly because these aren't going to open until later now. So these aren't going to open until the contamination gets quite high. Gets above 25, yeah, they're going to drop. But if we just keep an eye on this, once this hits, I think it's about 4 or 5, these floodgates should swap. There we go. So there's our bad tide protection in. And then as it ramps up, these will open as well. So you should see these open in. There we go. So those are open as well. And then down here, this is all cool. This is all cool. So this will keep flowing for a bit. I didn't set. I should have. So for now, we will I need to set those to pause if a bad tide happens as well, not just a drought. That was my bad tide. See what I did there? No. So yeah, we're going to have 5 pumps running through the 15-day bad tide. So we're going to be fine for food and water. Yeah, so I think next time we need to look at setting up processing for the canola, processing and storage for the canola and the soybeans. I want to get some engines running over here. We can open these up now because that's fresh water coming through there. That would be good. But yeah, get a new industrial area going. Even though this area is now green, we're going to get a new industrial area going over here. Look at consolidating the housing and the well-being stuff. Think about our beaver numbers. And yeah, that'll be good, I think. So yeah, thanks for watching, guys. Hope you enjoyed this. I am now really quite far ahead on recording videos. It's Wednesday, and I think this video is going to come out on Monday next week. So yeah, I might get another one done before the weekend as well. I'm not sure. But then you'll catch up again as I get busy with being in the office. So we'll see. It depends. Basically, my assumption is I'm going to record a video tonight. But that is predicated on I feel cool when I finish work and actually want to record a video tonight. So we'll see. Anyway. Welcome back to TimberBorn. And the game's paused at the moment because we're just getting started. I think we're on episode 10 and I am still on my trip away. So yes, I really have recorded that many videos in 24 hours. I'm really enjoying playing this TimberBorn safe, if you hadn't realized. And you know, I'm kind of in a hotel on my own, got quite a bit of spare time, so banging out some vidges. Someone did a very good suggestion that I could get rid of this stupid, I don't know why I made the path like this. So we can straighten this guy out. And if we delete that, we could make it even straighter, but we won't. But that kind of seems sensible, doesn't it? Rather than go all around here, around here, around here. Yep, that seems somewhat more sensible to do. I think the focus for today is going to be predominantly on tidying up this area, so the housing and some of the basic well-being stuff. Yeah, that's mainly going to be my focus now we've got this area sorted. So a couple of other comments. Someone did suggest that we just let the bad tide come through here because it's not really causing us a problem with our farming and stuff, but I much prefer having water stored in here and not having to panic about water all of the time. Makes life so much easier. So much easier. Easier, not cheesier. So yeah, I prefer having this for now. What I might do at some point is move this and have a way of bringing bad water through here and use generating power through here maybe. And honestly, we could put some power generation just in here and bring it down, but we're not going to do that for now. We're not going to do that for now. Yeah, I guess because we're just at the start of bad tide. Not drought, bad tide. We've still got some water flowing while they finish off building this after last time we had a little bit of a problem with water flowing out of here and drowning our trees. It was a little bit of a problem, not a lot of a problem. The other thing we need to do is get some storage lined up for our new crops. What I'm thinking there actually is, no, it's not going to work very well. We might do a couple of sneaky little no, I'm not going to use the pit warehouses because I think that's going to end up with some soggy crops. What we're going to do is we're going to do that, and we're going to use a couple of long tiny warehouses. So we're going to have one for soybeans set to supply and one for canola seeds set to supply, just to help with keeping things flowing. And then we will build some storage for them over here. And I think it would not be a bad idea to have another ladder here. And then start putting in another layer of warehouses. So let's do that first. And we will put some storage in for, might be a little while before we get the processing going, so I'm going to put in a couple of, yeah, we could do with more cassava storage. That wasn't what I meant to click. I meant to click soybeans. So there we go. We'll get those built. Let's step on the gas a tiny little bit and make some progress. And yeah, so I think what I want to do is deal with the fact we have 7 unemployed beavers first. So let's up our number of haulers. Let's make sure we are picking all of our mangroves, cutting all of our trees. Pine resin is full. Farms are fully employed, so let's get a researcher going. Inventor even. I don't see it as inventing because we've used all of this stuff before. That's why I call them researchers. They're researching it. They're not inventing it. Yeah. Sorry. It's, you can go. You can go. So, I think. Therefore, I am. Oh, jeez, jeez. That's all built. Do I want to do anything with this? Not really yet. Not really. I'm kind of thinking that I might come back to you guys when they've built these bits and the other bits that we've got outstanding, and then we'll work on rearranging this area. I think I want to build housing for about 100 beavers, so we'll probably unlock the larger barrack. We've got plenty of science, so that's going to need to be sort of 6 or 7 large barracks. It gives us room to grow. We'll put in a bunch of fireplaces, some rooftop terraces, things like roofs. Yeah, roofs, shrubs, lamps, things like that. Some of these other little bits and pieces we can do to boost up the well-being. And yeah, and probably I'm saying probably a lot. We'll destroy a bunch of this stuff and rebuild it. We'll sort out these because they do bug me. And yeah. But I want to get everything else finished first, if that makes sense. You know? We're doing quite well at dealing with our water. They are all full. They are all full. So I do think that maybe now we don't need these coastal water pumps, but maybe we do. Maybe we do. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if we do. Anyway, I'm going to come back when the building stuff's done. We're ready to start working on our next project. Okay. So the beavers have built all of the dam back. We've put in 2 more deep water pumps, and they're now working on these last 2 dam pieces, which will stop some of the spillage. Hopefully there might still be some. I'm not too worried about that. So yeah. So once these are in, we can then focus on our new area. They've also built the 2 long, tiny warehouses here. These are starting to fill up, but that's okay because all of these are built now. So we have lots of space for more stuffs. So that's pretty cool. I do really think that it pains me to delete all of these, but I really don't think we need them now. With what we've got going on over here, yeah, I really don't think that we need them. I mean, there's every likelihood that we will pump this area relatively dry, but I still don't think we need them. So we'll see, but we're going to begin to work on this area, and step 1 of improving things is obviously destroying things. So let's start with that, shall we? And I suspect we are probably going to end up with not enough space to store all of the logs that we recover. So maybe we should proceed the building effort with another layer of storage on here for the logs. So let's just bung that in, so otherwise it's going to get really messy, and that does kind of bug me. So yeah, and then we will delete the back row of these, and we'll recover those. So obviously things are going to suffer a little bit while we delete these, but then hopefully in the grand scheme of things they will be better. So yeah, you've got to knock yourself back to build yourself back up, or something like that. But these have closed now because the water level in the main river is lower than a half. So yeah, that's kind of cool, isn't it? We probably want the haulers to be emptying those out. Yeah, so one of those is in. They're nearly on to the second one being done. They grab those, we can then delete these warehouses. And what's that got in it? Fermented cassavas. We might delete this and remove it and replace it. Yeah. Probably should move the builder's hut somewhere. Not sure where. Let's basically have a big old tidy up. And I did say way back at the beginning, none of that stuff was permanent, and it was not. You know, there's a lot of logs in there. I think there's a lot of logs in there. A lot of logs. Sorry, I'm tired. I tell you, this game I have found at the moment is some of the best therapy. I'm going to label it as therapy, but some of the best relaxation that I have in things at the moment. I love playing this game. If you watch these videos and you've been tempted, you think, am I going to enjoy playing this game? Pick it up. I think you will. I know when I started out watching videos of people playing this game, and I was really dubious as to whether I would enjoy it. I've played it so much. It's so much fun. It can be frustrating at times. You've seen me struggle on this map. This is a very hard map though, and I play on hard mode, but yeah, I found it so rewarding. It's so, I can't think of the right words, but engrossing is probably it. It really does drag me in, and I really sometimes need something to switch my brain off, and I find this is brilliant for that. Particularly even making videos of it, I find just, yeah, very relaxing. That's why I'm doing a lot of it while I'm away. It's been quite a stressful trip, or stressful lead into this trip, and so making these videos is just really nice and chilled out and relaxing for me. Yeah, we're going to get a beaver to actually come over and build that, please and thank you, merci. And then we are going to make a bunch of beavers homeless. Now, because these are iron teeth, they're going to grumble a little bit, but not as much as you might think. Folktales, they are not. So yeah, folktales, they are not. So we need to make sure that we've told the haulers to pick everything up so that we do get some tidying up done. And then, yeah, what I think we might do, I don't know whether to start off with sinking some storage underneath, so that they've got access to food underneath them. That feels like it might be sensible. So I'm not going to go super deep with that, but so if we did like how big is we want to unlock this anyway, so it's a 4x, so we'll do, maybe we want to stick with these, and so I did use previously Skystorm's layout. I think I might see if I can remember something like that, which is, this is not going to be Skystorm's layout, by the way. This is me coming up with my own variant, so there might be a bit of trial and error here. So that will let us put in there. We then need a path, and we're going to need some stairs. So have we got much explosives? We've only got 13 explosives, so we probably, let's pause the smelter and get the explosives going, because we're probably going to need to go down. That gives us 4 warehouses. Probably enough. Probably enough. So we're then going to want to have, just going to sketch, then they might not be able to get to this, so that might be why they're not doing it. So let's just draw. Let's just place some path around this, like that, and prioritize it so they come do it. Now what I'm thinking is we need to have path down there. How wide did I make this middle piece? It's only 2 wide. So we would need to have, we definitely need to have path there and there. And we need a way in there and there. So they need to be explosives. And then we would need ladders up. I'm kind of thinking if we explode that out like that. Yeah. Live design processes are fun. So we're going to go there, 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 there. And delete those and those. And then we're going to come like that. And so what I'm thinking is we will have staircases down here and here. And then we might need to blast out all of the interior, actually. We might blast out those as well. I haven't really thought this through very much, but... And if we're going to use these, we need to do 10 houses, which doesn't really work. We'll do 8. That'll give us 80 accommodation for 80 beavers. Yeah, I think that'll be okay. I think that'll be okay. We could always do another block adjacent to it. So, yeah. And we'll have the stairs be internal, and then we'll put rooftop territe on top. That'll be most of the housing. Half of the housing is going to be hit by that, so we're going to need to move this probably. That's okay. That's okay. And I'm not too worried about the fact that we've got lots of logs sat on the floor, because once we start building stuff, we're going to be using lots of logs up. Yeah. How's everything else looking? Food looks pretty good. The mangroves have picked up with our new mangrove area. Water's looking okay. These guys are just pumping away to their little beaver heart's content. That's going to bug me. That's going to bug me. We need to fix that. And actually what we'll do whilst we are fixing that is I am going to drop a stream gauge there. So let's get those in, and then we're going to replace the water pumps like that, so they all match apart from that one. And that one's fine that doesn't match because it's doing a different job. So, yeah. And then what it means is the 4 here I can set to pause if the water gets pumped out. More likely when we get into a proper long drought rather than these shorter ones that we have at the moment. But, you know, all these poor beavers sleeping on the floor because I cruelly destroyed their housing and their campfires and everything else. But hey, if they laid the freaking explosives, I guess if explosives dude made the explosives, probably what I should do, and is one of these is empty. Several of these are empty. Let's take the one that I set to kohlrabies and make it explosive so we can start to stockpile explosives at some point. Because we're kind of being held back by our lack of explosives. Lack of explosives is often limiting in life, I find. No, it's often limiting in life. Do you find that sometimes? What I'm going to do, I'm just going to put that there, and we're going to demolish that. Just to get it out of the way. Just to get it out of the way. Yeah. Yep. You can go now. I do have a plan for what we're going to do with this area that is hydrated. I'm really surprised by how long this has stayed with water in it. to the point where this is evaporated, which is kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. So yeah. It's good. It's good. I like it. I do like it. I'm not going to complain. You can both be emptied. We're going to work on replacing those soon as well. No, that's done, so we can delete that. And I guess while we're waiting for them to make explosives, we could replace all of this, couldn't we? So, because that was one of the other jobs that I wanted to get done. So let's delete all of that and put in its place some nice platforms and some stairs. There we go. That'll be a bit nicer, won't it? Get rid of all of those horrible flashing alerts. Yeah. I don't know if I was recording on it. I ended up pausing all of the stuff over here so they didn't build it. But maybe it doesn't matter now. We'll just leave it on low priority. And if they come over and build it because they haven't got explosives, so what? So why? Yeah. I'm giving the haulers a fair bit of work to do, just tidying up after all of my demolitioning. It's a word. It's a word. Look it up. They were a wrestling tag team in the 80s and 90s, I believe. Well, it's the 80s and 90s bit that I'm on the believing. On Demolition, we're definitely a wrestling tag team. Axe and Smash. Interesting wrestling attire. Interesting wrestling attire. Later joined by Crush. Managed by Mr. Fuji. Yeah, I'm full of all of the useful information. I'm full of all of the useful information. While we wait for beavers to make explosives. Yeah, if the beavers had made the explosives, you wouldn't have to listen to the random facts. So, really, you should be blaming the beavers for this, not me. Yep. Blame it on the beavers. I do, yeah. I am very tempted to get rid of all of this. It feels like we don't need it anymore. And they're not quite keeping up with our demands, but we did destroy 2 water pumps. So, you know, maybe once we get those back, we could always add in more as well with a bit more application of explosives. And part of the problem now is that these storages are constantly full. So we do need to think about unlocking one of these guys, I think, and throwing one of these up here to be stockpiling our water in, or having more haulers to get rid of this stuff. Yeah, that's also an option. Also an option. Have they done? No, we're still waiting for them to make explosives. I find it kind of funny that because it's the Iron Teeth, them not having anywhere to sleep, and it's giving them a -3 impact, which is not great, but it's really not hitting them that hard. Yeah, I find that quite amusing. So we could do with them getting this rebuilt so that we can get back to our Badwater pump. That would be very nice. Please and thank you. It'd be nice if you finished this and then built the water pumps as well. You know, all these things you could be doing for me, beavers. Literally, someone just has to come and finish building it. All you need to do. And I'm kind of impressed that they've been pumping for a good, was it a 14-day drought? And they've not emptied this out. So that's kind of awesome. That's kind of awesome. We're staying at about 2.8k of water. If someone could make a note that we're at 2,760 water at this point, and then maybe do a bit of a check for me later on, really appreciate it. You'd be doing me a solid with that. So yeah, so we can attach to stream gauge. We can pause if below a very small number. We can unpause if above a less small number, basically. And the same here, attached to stream gauge. Pause if below a very small number. Unpause if above a small number. I did do unpause. I did it the wrong way around. There we go. I should make that one a little bit smaller. I wish you could type numbers in for these sliders, but you know, this mod is awesome, so I'm not complaining that much, really, because the automation is really something that I do enjoy. So yeah. Have we got all of our explosives in yet? We have not. We need 4 more explosives, so we have enough bad water to make said explosives, so that's okay. Yeah, we can, before these are even built, attach them to the stream gauge, so that's kind of cool. I do like that you can do that. Stream gauge has to exist. You can't attach things to unbuilt stream gauges, but you can attach unbuilt things to stream gauges that exist. So yeah, I don't think we're actually going to empty this out today or this cycle, and next time we'll have even more water. So yeah, it's going down slowly. It's going down very slowly, actually, because we've only dropped 10. So yeah, that's not that bad. Not that bad. And that one's built, so they can build that one from above, which should make it even quicker to get that thrown in. And hopefully, come on, hopefully, have we got our explosives in? Not quite, not quite. We need to make 1 more piece of dynamite. It's taken way longer than I thought, actually, to get that laid in. Our canola is almost full, so I am going to get the processing for that sorted today. So that's why I'm not using the metal up on a large water tank. So I want to put in some engines down here. Come on. Come on, just come build it, someone, and then we can get this going. And this should then be a lot quicker because it's wood-based construction. So there we go. Let's detonate that. And what we're going to do is warehouse, 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 warehouse. Is that going to flood? No, it should be okay. We need to have path across there. We need to have a staircase down there. I should have left these middle ones because we need to have staircases coming back up, I feel. Well, maybe not, but we will put one there. And then we'll fill in that. Something like that. And then if we do Let's assign these to be fermented cassavas, kohlrabies. I think we've only got the 3 foods at the moment. We'll adjust that at a later date, and then we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4. And we can bring path in like this. That's actually worked out okay. Actually worked out okay. We do need to go up then, so I am thinking that maybe I don't want a ladder there. Although what we could do is we could do ladder, double platform, ladder, double platform. And we could do the opposite way there. So we could do platform, double platform, ladder, ladder, and then double platforms there, triple platform there, triple platform there, double platform there, and there, and there, and we can't platform over that one. And then we do housing, barracks, there, 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 there. And we put in the paths again. And yeah. It's not perfect because they can't cross over those. But what we could do then is do shrubs there and there. Because I think that should then hit all of the beavers. And that'll give us housing for 80 beavers. We do want to get on to the roof, so maybe I don't want those there actually. Maybe what I want to do is staircase, staircase, double platform, staircase. Staircase, double platforms, and then do well-being, rooftop terrace, there, 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 odds, odds. What's missing path? I guess. Yeah, okay, cool. So if they get all of that built now, we should be in kind of a cool place, I think. We'll have housing for 80 beavers. They will have access to some stuffs. We can do decoration, shrub. We do shrub, 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 shrub. Can we go over the top of the shrubs? We can. Shrub, shrub. And then in here, we can do there and there. And then at the top, do they have the equivalent of a shrine? They have the scratchers, don't they? So we could do scratcher, 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 and then we could do decoration, lamps. I know it's kind of cheesy, but and then we'll do that and decoration, roof, 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 roof. And I think that should give them a pretty solid boost in well-being once it's all built. I think, I'm not certain, but I think we might need to put piece of path there. And yeah, we've got that piece of path there. And then I would like to have it so the monument actually hits all of the housing, and we probably only need one of these then. Can I can. Building it might be a challenge. We might need to just delete that for a bit. And come here with those. And we're going to do monument, labourer monument right on top. I think that's going to be kind of cool. I kind of like it. Interested in what you guys think. And we don't need that then. And then what we can do is we can put campfires around the edge. We can put some showers here. We could even go as far as putting swimming pools in if we did a bit of exploding things. Actually, we don't even need to do exploding things. We just need to build some stuff up. Although if we wanted to put swimming pool in there, if we blasted out that corner, we could put, I think, well-being, swimming pool. And I think it's just actually, I think it might just be that one and a bit of support for the swimming pool. So, and I think that'll be cool. I think that'll give us a really big boost in our beaver well-being and longevity. And yeah. So if is it tab storage? Yeah. So in here, under here, we've got cassavas. That's fermented. That's fermented cassavas, kohlrabies. Fermented cassavas and mangroves for now. So yeah, we're gonna let them get that built. That's been replaced, which is brilliant. Yeah, I'm actually quite excited about this. This is one of the first times I've built something like this where I haven't copied someone else's design. So when I did things like this before, I copied a design from Skystorm. I did customize it a little bit, but this is my own. And I don't think it's awful. I don't think it's awful. So we've still got a bit of tidying up to do. So let's try and get them to do that. We might need to help them out with getting to some of those, but that's okay. Yeah, but that's going to give them a lot of well-being boosts because we're looking at having shelter. If we get the swimming pools or showers in, shelter, wet fur, rooftop terrace, shrub, lantern, roof, scratchers, swimming pool, yeah. And given that they all live there, we can probably do, or they will all live there, well-being, decoration, brazier. So they're going to have to go past. I don't know if just going past it is enough to get the bonus, or if we need to do more than that. But I'm going to try just sticking a brazier there, a clock. Yeah, let's stick a clock. Yes, that's a bell. Clock. We put a clock there. Obviously they'll see it as they leave to go to work. So I think we're in for a whole load of well-being cheese once this is all built. It's yeah. So I'm going to come back to you guys once they have built it. Okay, I'm back a little bit earlier. The drought's over. Well, the bad side's over. And apart from the fact that this water pump's flooded, which we expected, things are looking pretty good actually. This is working. This is all holding quite nicely. We're not getting water flowing down here now, so we're either going to need to adjust things a little to re-enable that, which basically means getting rid of these or turning these into floodgates, so that we can get our swimming pools topped up if we build them. But look at the water level in here. It's yeah, it's cracking. It's cracking. I love it. I love it. The water's dropped about 200 over the course of however long we were playing. So I've kicked in the 4 beavers that were working Conan's wheel. I've moved to the 4 pumps down here just to try and give that a bit of a boost up. Building is progressing. Probably about halfway through, I think, give or take. So yeah, if we want to make use of this for swimming, we are going to need to make some amendments. But that's not a big deal, I don't think. We can do that easily enough. But we're going to focus on getting that other stuff finished first. And apart from the fact that it would flood would get close to flooding our water pumping, we could put dams here or floodgates here to push this up ever so slightly more, because we do have room to increase it. But I don't think we need to. So I think this is going to be a good solid water supply for getting through droughts and such. Yep. We can probably switch explosives off for a bit again. Yeah, we're kind of at the point again where we could do with a few more beavers, really. And I'm hoping that actually with the well-being boost that the housing should give us, so we've got 15 spare beds now, that we're going to get an increase in life expectancy, which is going to lead to an increase in population without increasing the number of breeding pods. It's kind of my hope. That should be how that works. So yeah, we do need to rebuild the campfires as well, and what we're going to do is just place them around the edges. I think 6 will be enough. I think 6 will be. They hold 5 each, so that's enough for 30. So as long as they don't spend all of their leisure time in there, we should be good. Yeah. So they should now be into building the leisure activities. Because all the housing's built, so yup. Are you sleeping on the floor still? Because you have a house now, my friend. You have a house. I did make you house. See, you have house. Yeah. So let's go back up to triple speed. We'll try and power through building this. Our plank supply is just about holding on. There isn't too much that we're building that needs planks, which is good. Platforms and the temporary ladders that we're going to be building to get up to build the monument on the top predominantly, I think. Yeah, I think we maybe do want water coming through here. I'm pointing at the screen. You guys can't see me do that through here. So once we've got this project all built, we will have a look at building, swapping those over to be floodgates so that we can keep water in here. What I might do is look at putting some dams across here so that we can control it. Yeah. So we're back up to 2.8k of water, which is good. And we did have a little bit of flooding when everything came back, but only kind of that temporary flash flood that you get, which I think is just the water physics in the game. I don't think there's a lot you can do about that sometimes. Yeah. So stuff's going back in. Hopefully well-being is going back up. They're getting their shrub and lantern and rooftop terrace bonuses, which is good. We're lacking a little bit in wet fur, which is why I was thinking about this and getting the swimming pool going. So the swimming pool is just planks and logs, so we can build it, and it's probably going to be a relatively good boost in well-being. I mean, we could go exercise plaza. You know, we could tuck an exercise plaza there. We've got materials for it. So, yeah. Beavers getting happier. Beavers are getting happier. And who doesn't like a happy beaver, hey? But equally, sometimes you want your happy beaver to be a little bit moist. So we do have a bad tide approaching. Yeah, we'll be fine. We'll be just fine. There we go. Campfires going in. So I'm guessing they're waiting on some planks. Do we've got plank production going on? We have. That's cool. Yeah. I wonder if we want to focus this a little bit. I'm not sure. When we have really focused the water supply to be coming through here, so it's now it's kept the horsepower is about the same, which is interesting. That is interesting. Some of it's still coming out of here. As we spread around the map, we're going to have to do a whole new water management activity, I think. But that is a problem for future me. Current me is interested in getting this finished because I'm really excited to see what it's going to do to the well-being of the beavers as all of it goes in. And you can kind of start to see what it's doing. So I think the labour monument is a good 2 or 3 on well-being. So we could see most of the beavers getting up to sort of 17 well-being, which is going to be brilliant once we get the brazier and the clock in as well. I think this is the first time we've had roof bonuses. So yeah. There we go. So can they get to these? Can they get to that one? As they build it, yeah, yes, I guess they can. So there we go. So we just need them to build the stairs, or these temporary ladders, I guess, and then they can put the monument on top. Then we can put the last rooftop terrace in, and that'll be done. It's been quite, it's taken a little while to get this built, but I think it's kind of cool. We've got a couple of spare beavers. We don't really need them to be doing that, so I'm going to chuck them into gears and explosives while we've got power. It seems sensible to me. Right, so we've got one more of those to build, and then just a whole load of logs to bring, which we have. And yeah, it's going to be cool. It's going to be cool, this. the thing that I find sometimes funny, but also maybe slightly frustrating, is this will probably, the finished version will probably have been the thumbnail. So you guys probably know what I did already. Yeah, I find that that's kind of the whole YouTube thing is that sometimes a little bit weird like that. I did not set some of these new trees to be cut, I don't think. I did not. So let's do that. I'm guessing the same thing happened down here. No, those are already set to be cut. Cool. Yeah. So looking pretty good. Looking pretty good. I'm expecting to see well-being going up now, please, beavers. So what are they? What are we hitting? Well, wet fur we could do with a little bit more on. We're getting our campfires, our rooftop terraces. We've still got the brazier and the brazier to come, and the clock and the monument, and maybe the pool and the exercise plaza. We might not have enough of those to do everything, but let's just quickly whiz over here and check that our bad tide system behaves. There it goes. Hey, I love that. I love the automation. I really do. It's so cool. And yeah, we can just keep pumping water like things that pump lots of water. So once the water level has dropped, it has already dropped enough. So what we'll do is we'll delete one of these first, and we'll put in a floodgate. Actually, given that it has instantly dropped to that level, I think maybe we just delete these. And yeah, we don't need to worry about the logs, and we just let the water flow through when there's water. And then what we're going to need to do is come down here. So we'll spur a path off. Come down here. Come to maybe here. And we will put in some dams like that. Just to hold that water in. I think that'll be a good idea. And then so we're looking at doing well-being, swimming pool. So we need to put in a levee there. And then we can do swimming pool like that. Yes. And then if we do 2 levees there, I think we can do another swimming pool. So do a path like that and a path like that. Oh, awesome. That's in. How cool does that look? I love it. And then we're also going to do, if I've got enough, well, be enough. Yet we've just got enough research. We're going to do a couple of exercise plazas as well. So we'll get all of that stuff built. And I actually think we're going to call this a video. And next time we'll sort out setting up the new industrial area. Because this has taken a bit longer than I thought, actually. But I also think I'm already seeing we're up to 66 beavers already. So we are seeing a bit of a boost on well-being. Are they getting the brazier bonus? Yeah, most of them are actually, just from running past it. So that's pretty cool. The clock is almost built. It just needs more planks. We have been hitting the planks quite heavily. So, yeah. We need to wait to get through the bad tide, obviously, for the swimming pools to work. Yeah. But I'm really looking forward to seeing what our well-being looks like with swimming pools, this thing going. I mean, this is giving us what, 17. We got the clock built yet? I want to see, get the clock built, folks. Get the clock. With the clock built, I think we're probably looking at 18 well-being. 18 well-being. So I'm betting that some of the beavers have more than that. He has 19 well-being. So is it worth us? 20 would give us more work speed. So I think maybe once we've got these in, we're going to be really seeing a big difference in how we get things done. Which is so cool. It's going to be so cool. Not sure. I guess they're waiting for planks maybe to be able to... I know what the problem is. I know what the problem is. The problem is between the laptop and the chair. The reason we are not getting planks is because no one is generating power to create said planks. We can probably do that. So, yeah, that would be the problem. That would be the problem. So, they're generating 300 odd power. So we'll see what else we can switch on or not. And that's why I want to do a whole new industrial area. 120. So we've got a little bit, but maybe not enough to switch anything else on. So we'll let them do their work. But it would be really cool to get this clock finished. And I'm guessing they're bringing over everything. Oh, wow, we need a lot of planks to build those and those. So realistically, we're not going to finish those this time, but I would really like to finish the clock. So yeah, I like that. Oh, we need to actually, let's get rid of you and that and put in our other rooftop terrorists. And actually the other thing that we're currently missing is inventors. So let's put in a little block of inventors. Come on, autosave. And we'll make sure that they are low priority workplaces. Although we do need to get some inventing happening because we need 400 science to unlock the engine. And there's a bunch of other stuff that I would like to then unlock. For example, we need the oil press. And I would like to get into hydroponics soon as well. So, yeah. But I think actually it was worth it to get this in. And the cool factor. I think there's a definite cool factor. And B, I think it looks good. And the well-being boost. So, yeah. Are there any other easy to build bits that we could... The beaver statue is 30 metal blocks. The beaver bust is only 5, but it's 200 science. Not sure about that. Not sure about putting that in. Let's see. Oh, the clock's in. So I think what I'm going to do is we will go through today through the night, so that we can see the effect of the clock, and that will be a video. And I am now a week ahead, but I think things are going to slow down on the recording front, so you guys should start to catch up. Because I don't like the fact that the interactivity is not really happening. I do kind of prefer when the videos are a little bit interactive. So, yeah. Yeah. And the reality is, I'm probably not going to get much content creating done in the next 4 days. Certainly for TimberBorn. So, I need to make some farm sim videos. But yeah, we are looking good. I want to add some water storage over here, probably here. I think we need to do that as well. But for now, I think we've got something very cool. And we've got 18 well-being because the clock is worth nearly 2. So yeah, we probably 19 well-being. We probably do have. I slow time down a little bit. We probably have some individual beavers which are up at 21, so they're getting the 60% work bonus. They're close to an extra movement bonus. Yeah. Cracking. Definitely worth taking the time to do this. Obviously, there's going to be more to come as next time we are. One of the things that I want to do with the new industrial area is improve our ability to produce the basics like planks and gears. We'll have metal processing, explosives, the food processing that needs power. Yeah. But for now, I am going to say thanks for watching, guys. Let me know what you think of my new little housing project. I think as the colony grows, what we'll do is we'll try and replicate this in other spots. And yeah, let me know what you think. Hope you enjoyed the video. And I'll see you guys next time. Oh, what I forgot to mention, and I've been meaning to mention for quite a while. I have Discord. It's mostly farm sim stuff, but there is a TimberBorn channel. So if you want to, if you're not a farm sim fan, but A, you just want to say hi, or B, you want to talk TimberBorn, there's a link down below, I think. Welcome back to TimberBorn, and we are at the start of a relatively long bad tide. And last time we were building our new housing area, and I am now not super far ahead. I'm only one video ahead, which means most of your comments I have seen, which is kind of cool, kind of useful. I'll try to remember some or most of them, and we'll work through them as we go. There were some comments about the fact that I should have floodgates in here. Maybe. Some of you did spot that I was building this too high. Yes, you were correct. You will have seen in the last video that we had some flooding, which is indeed a feature, not a bug. Yeah, I think, you know, I kind of like the route. If I got that set to be cut, I have. We probably just need more beavers and more lumberjacks. And I think slowly we are working on removing the warehouse cheese. There's still some of it over here, but we are working on removing it, which is good. Oh, and they're getting that built as well, which is interesting. So let's put in the missing piece of path. We'll get this Oxbow Lake blocked off, which is again going to speed up the flow of water to us once we have water to flow to us, which we don't at the moment. So yeah, we're going to get rid of this stuff eventually. An idea that I liked, which someone pointed out, was with water flowing down here, this area would be nice to build a second colony. Actually, I quite like once we get daylight back. If I had dams here, this is potentially quite a nice natural river, particularly if we dealt with some of the bad tide. So I'm curious eventually to expand into this area to see what we can do with that. Yep. So we'll get there. We'll get there. I think this video is going to be about finishing off this area. The reason I've demolished these is I think we should put in some dams across here so that the water can flow around a little bit, make the area a little nicer. That's little, not the supermarket. So we're going to demolish that one, and we'll put dams in across here as well somewhere. Just start working on improving things overall a little bit, and yeah. we're in a better place. I am wondering if I put in a forester there. Yeah, we could plant the rest of... I think we can actually plant all of the little oxbow here, which would be cool. That would be good. And then, yeah, we'll work on finishing getting that built. When water comes back with how we've adjusted things, this should refill, which will be good. Our swimming pools will then have water in them. And then I think we want to be looking at working on a new industrial area. So, yeah, that's my plan. That's my plan. It's crazy how we've now, we've gone from needing all of this water pumping to almost none of, a fraction of it with where we are. I think now we can start to put in the stuff that I wanted to put down here, which is going to be the nectar of life and the thing that makes it worth getting out of bed in the morning. Well, we can't make Monster, but we can do coffee. So, yep, we're going to start growing some coffee. I need to tidy up some of these paths. In fact, we're going to do that now. We're going to get rid of that randomness. We're going to do that and that. And I think something a little bit aesthetic, although we are playing the Iron Teeth, would be to do that. And we're going to unplant those pine trees and we'll put oak trees in there. Or maybe something else. But yeah, we're going to get some coffee growing. And then this is going to be our new industrial area down here. We will need power. Now, we could do something really ridiculous. We've got quite a lot of logs, actually. Bit of me is tempted to try and do something really quite ridiculous. Generate power. Which is to levy across there. Hoping that's enough output for all of the water. Now, I guess it is because the water flows through here just fine. So, going to need a staircase down there. And we're going to put... I'm going to put floodgates this end. So that we can adjust things. We don't want a path like that. We want to go across there. We're going to do that. Because the first a key part of any industrial complex is the ability to generate power. And I think maybe we do something a little bit crazy. And we build a big line of water wheels across here. Now, maybe actually it would be more sensible to focus the flow eventually. And it would probably be even more sensible to make it so that it's a channel that's too deep. But initially, I think what we'll do is we'll just put in a bunch of bigger water wheels and we'll use some power storage. I still think having gravity batteries along here would look awesome. I know I normally use the flywheels, but I think gravity batteries would look great on this save. So what we're going to do, I'm going to make the decision. I can make a decision to delete all of these. Yeah. We're going to neaten up the path here. says instantly making it not neater. There we go. So, and then I think that we are really tempted actually to try and focus the water through this bit. I know I've just built that, but I am really tempted to maybe put a row of dams along there. I think probably we want to remove this stuff, which means we need to click on each one individually, because I'm pretty sure we do anyway. I don't think we can just do demolish. No. But that will obviously open up the water flow. Speaking of water, I was just quickly checking the water levels because I'm so used to panicking about them on here. Yeah, I think we get rid of those. But we're kind of at the point where we can start diversifying a bit. I want to get more bad water pumping going, more extract going, that kind of thing. Now I'm thinking about this, and I'm then thinking, actually, maybe the way to do power is, because we only get water through here during temperate. We're on hard mode, so it's a relatively short amount of time. So maybe that's not the way. I mean, maybe this is sensible because it will hold water in. So maybe actually the sensible thing to do is to replace these with dams. So we hold a bunch of water. But maybe it's more sensible to do what I spoke about before and divert this bad water source so it comes through this way. I mean, we've got this bad, we could just put power in here. To some extent. I mean, we could do some stuff with just altering the flow of this. Because there's a fair bit of land up here. I guess ideally we would want terraforming. Now, we have the discharge, which means we can get permanent bad water flow. So I think maybe what we do is create some sort of network of water wheels up here, ultimately to be our power generation. Maybe that's more sensible. Still think we want some water wheels down here. I think we can play on triple speed. And those are in, which is cool. Yeah, maybe we just build. Trying to think what we want industry-wise as well. We could have more stuff going on, so let's get that going as well. We are going to need gears, planks. What are they doing over here with? They got our Oxbow Lake shut off. Not quite. I guess because that's a low priority. They're doing other buildings, which is fine. I'd rather they did that. These are low priority jobs. Yeah. So we need. Let's go both sides of this. I think 2 smelters will be a good start. We've only got 1 at the moment. Landscaping, I think we want 2 explosives factories. let's pause the building of these for now, just while we think. We probably want to start getting. We don't have enough science for that yet, so we could do with more science. Which means we could really do with more beavers. Means we could do with some beavers growing up, so we might just have to be patient there. I think we want to do a couple of woodworking factories so we can get into treated planks. Yep. So if we leave a couple of gaps, we could do those that side actually. So we then need wood. So we would need 1, 2, 3. I'm going to go for 4 lumber mills. How many have we got at the moment? We've got 1. We've got 1 lumber mill. Yeah. Okay. And does that leave us a couple of spaces for gear workshops? It does, with a bit of platformage. Yeah, and a couple of gear workshops. So, yeah, I think with treated planks so that gives us a good industrial base. We then need food processing, which is going to be fermenters, which we will do something like that. I quite like that layout. That's a one that JC the Beard uses quite a bit. 22 well-being, very nice. Right, let's do that. Food, we will need the oil press. I think to unlock that, we will want 2 of those. I think we'll do them like that. Pause and pause. And then I think we ferment soybeans, don't we? So, yeah. Oh, we'll need the coffee brewery. We could do a coffee brewery. We don't have enough science points for that. Okay, so that's the start of our industrial complex. Now, the smart amongst you will notice that we need to get power across to that. And I think we will do that by coming underneath the path once we've got this stuff done. That's all in. That's nearly in. That's in. So let's put our dam piece there. We don't really need it, but I think it might be worth putting in. So we'll do that. That gives us plenty of room to expand, and with a path coming through here, we can expand backwards as well. We've got storage just here, which is obviously pretty good. I'll call they've got rid of all of that, so we can delete that path now. I've learnt that it's really useful to delete the path underneath the platforms without doing the delete tool, because otherwise you delete a big chunk of stuff you really don't want to delete. Yep, so that's done. Excellent. That's in, so we now want to demolish that. And then, yeah, what I'm going to do is we need to delete that and that and that. And remember the things that were there and do that. And we need enough science to unlock the universal power shaft, which is 500. No, or the straight to vertical would do, actually, which is only 50. So yeah, we could use that instead. And that'll let us get a power connection between these. So let's prioritize that, and then we can put them back, and then we can start them on building a bunch of this stuff, I guess. So I just don't want them to start working in it because we don't have any power provision over here yet. So yeah, power. We'll do the one that uses the least. There's the thingy. Yes. Then we want to go like that, and then we drop a straight power shaft in the middle, and then we put that over the top. Then we do a smelter back there and a fermenter back there, and a piece of path there, and we make sure that we prioritize them building the path, and we're good. And yeah, they then need to get all of that built, which is going to take them a little while, I suspect. So all of that's built, all of that's built. So once we get water back, we'll be good for the swimming pools. A bit of me does wonder if we should dam this bit off so we could use a water dump to keep those full. We could also do some showers along here. The other thing that we could do is they have the I thought they had the, is it just the other ones that have the contemplation? Yeah, I guess it is. Okay. So we can't really do the motivatorium yet, I don't think so. But I am very tempted. We'll see how we go for things drying out. Right, but yeah, we want to be pausing stuff as they build it, basically. And then my thought is, I've got two thoughts. So they're 25. They're a huge amount of resources. They generate 4 times the amount of power, or more than 4 times the amount of resources. We've got so much space. I think we just go for loads of little wheels. We've got lots of logs. So I think we just go kind of crazy on these. And as an initial power source. So we'll probably have to do some stuff to focus the water flow. I know that. Hopefully you can't hear my neighbor doing building work. We'll do that. We'll bring power across there. We will pause for those. We need to come across like that, so we actually want that to be a 4-way. And we'll do that. Yeah, I think actually some of those are probably pointless because they'll be in the shadow of the island. But yeah, I think we'll do that for now as a chunk of power. So I don't want these using up beavers just yet. But yeah, once we're in a better position for explosives and terraforming and stuff. So I think we want to be getting a staircase up here. So let's, oh, that's our bad tide ended with plenty of water and plenty of food. So yeah, we'll start building our way up here. do that. That should let us get all the way up there. Well, probably chop down those trees. But yeah, I think maybe what we'll do, I mean, we're kind of up there already, but this is a bit more, feels a bit more direct. I'm wondering if I'm thinking that we should totally reshape this. But kind of the first thing that we need to do is get some terraforming going on. So I'm slightly wondering if the sensible thing might be to do something like something like that. And dynamite that out so we can get a matching one in. And then put a dirt excavator up here. Because I think we could completely reshape this and make it into, make it into a bigger, might even temporarily throw this off the side so that we can get in here, get rid of some of this stuff. That bar might be a problem. Was you? That bar might be a problem. Probably the way to solve that problem is just to get rid of those. That bar then doesn't look like a problem. We've got swimming pools and stuff. We are good. We are good. So yeah, we need to make sure that over here, tab key. I remembered tab key. But that needs me remembering what they are. So we've got cassavas over here, got soybeans, got canola seeds. So we're going to need some storage tanks for canola oil and coffee. So let's make you canola oil. Make you coffee. Pause you. We've got storage for logs and plank. We've got plank storage over here. Not sure we have, so let's enable that, shall we? We start making this area more industrial. So plank storage, there we go. Gears was the other thing that I thought of. Using tab again, get me. We do not have gear storage over here either. So I kind of feel like it would be sensible at this point to join these together for the sake of a few planks and logs. So let's do that. Another bad tide approaching. Yeah, let's go all the way along there. There, okay. There. And medium warehouse. We're going to put it there. We're going to make that gears. That's awesome. We're getting power in now. So you can see some of these aren't turning because they're in shadow, essentially. Yeah, so I think this is going to be a really cool idea. If we get these stuck open, basically, and if we've got a drought, that would be a good time to do that. But we are so far away from having the resources to do that. Yeah. But this should be good because we can then, I think then what we do is we get rid of this area, make use of, and we don't need those doing stuff. So actually we should be making use of, where are you? Mangroves. You plant these. The coffee bushes are up, so we need a gather a flag. There we go. And we need a warehouse. Let's do a pit warehouse there for coffee beans set to supply, and then over here we will do a medium warehouse for coffee beans set to obtain. So yeah, I think I'm going to get all of this stuff built and I'll come back to you guys. Back a little bit earlier, the bad tides just started, but we're struggling for gears for some of our production, and I've just hooked up the power here and we're generating 900 horsepower and we've got some spare beavers, so I figured I'll get some of this stuff running. So we'll get the plank production and the gear production going. Seems sensible. We're sort of okay for planks, but you know, we may as well get this stuff running. We've got supplies over here to make all of that. Seems somewhat sensible to me. We can probably, by the looks of it, shortcut the route as well if we put in a staircase there and then run that back here. And prioritize building that, because otherwise they have to go all the way around here. So be a little bit more efficient with our pathing. But yeah, we're generating quite a decent amount of power. So obviously, actually we're in a bad tide, so we're not going to be now because I didn't think about preserving power. So that was a bit of a waste. So cancel that. Let's go back over here. Let's unpause this guy and get these working, I guess. So yeah, we'll need to be thinking about our power storage, and that might mean that we do need to think about building some gravity batteries up here. Yep, or throwing in the engines that I spoke about building. And we've now got the science to unlock them actually, and I think it would, you know, it wouldn't be a bad idea to tuck some engines in here. So and they're 400 horsepower each. We probably need quite a few of them. Feels like we're leaving some dead space if I don't fill that gap though. So I guess the alternative is building them out over the water. But I'm not sure I like that. Or I move the storage tanks. Now that might be a better idea. So what we do instead is we give that a bit of priority. And we then do 2 engines there. And 2 engines there. We can easily adjust the path. And do storage tanks there, there, and there. We can do canola oil, coffee, and we'll need to do over here be set to grease, coffee set to obtain, and we'll set that to supply, and to supply. So let's pause you. You need to get built, and you need to get built. Yeah, so that is an issue with how I'm doing power off of water wheels without having yet any grav batteries or anything like that. I mean, really, we need to get a power running off of this, which is a sort of intermediate term plan. I think if we can get some engines running, that's going to help. Apart from the fact that we will be burning a ton of wood, so let's plant the rest of our oak trees here. You can be paused now because those mangroves are in. The water supply is actually dropping a little bit, so I think what we'll do is we'll blast that out and put another water pump in. Yep. I didn't actually watch how things went with this when the drought ended. Matter. We need to delete that slowly, actually, so we can recover the material. Yeah, so much building to do. So much building to do. So I'm not sure whether I could run the power line up through the river. Basically, we're going to need to have a power line that comes up here. And it could even drop off of the bottom of here. We need to unlock the high power shaft. Wow. Been a while since I've had to worry about doing that. So we would come somewhere like that. We're already into quite large construction projects. I think having this in the water is going to be nicer than having it up on land. We might end up coming up over there, I think. So, yeah. Let's run up along there. Something like that for now. Delete that path once they've built all of that. Yes, we've got 7 days of drought and our swimming pools have dried out. So I do think that maybe we should go we should do that. And have a couple of water dumps in there. Don't need path along there. So we would do fluid dump, and stream gauge. We want to make all of that a low priority build for now. God, there's so much to build. So much to build. Get some more lumberjacks cutting down trees, shall we? In fact, I'm actually going to put in another lumberjack there, because we've got 1, 2, 3, or 5 covering that area, but it's not enough, it would seem. I've just realised that I had planned to put woodworking shops where I've put my engines. So what we might end up doing is, yeah, we could put them there and there, and we'll just have to build our path out over the water, which is not a problem. We'll do something like that. Yeah. We're not going to delete those. They're far too valuable. Yep. So we've got another stash of metal up here as well that we can make use of, which will be good. But yeah, I'm not sure how we'll make use of this land, but I think if we make it so that we have a 4 wide channel making our way from these two and going through a bunch of water wheels as it comes around here down into this, that'll be a cool way of getting power permanently pretty early, beyond the 1600 we're going to get out of this. I can see there being benefit as well in once we've got up here putting in gravity batteries. I don't want to ruin the natural shape of this though. I quite like that. So I don't know what to do there. But coming all the way over here is a long way, so I think this kind of cliff structure supports gravity batteries, and it's different to me constantly using flywheels. How are we doing for resources at the moment? We are pretty low on planks and gears because basically everything's going into construction, isn't it? And metal blocks. Have we got our smelter running? We haven't, so we probably should have. Let's pause a few more things. Different things crop up as they get built. So all of the water wheels are built, which is cool. So it will be generating a huge amount of power once it's in, I think. Probably going to be like 2700 horsepower once it's in. And what we could do is we could do some stuff with platforms. Or internal gravity batteries, but I want the look of gravity batteries, so yeah. I'm not sure what to do with it. We will sort something. So what are they building now? I guess probably this stuff. I'm going to come back when the bad tide has ended. We've got power. Well, the bad tide is over. We are down to 1.6k of water, so I'm going to unpause a few of those water pumps to top us up a little bit. They've just got that connected, so this power grid is now generating a decent amount of power. I'm going to put back, had to delete one of the power connections to be able to join everything up, and we can now get these running for a bit, which is good. So that's paused, which is very nice. Yep. I probably need to pause a few log cutters just to give ourselves enough beavers still. Yep. We're making progress. We're making progress. See, basically at the moment, I think we are largely limited by things like metal blocks and gears. So it might be smart to turn on a smelter as well. So let's do that. Let's get a smelter running as well. We're generating loads more power than we need. And you can see the water is trying to avoid going around here. So it would probably be sensible to put a bit of a levee wall in to force it to go through here. Eventually. For now, it's providing more than enough. I'm not worried. It's kind of what I'm trying to say. They were working on, in fact, they have got built the water wheel, which is producing quite a chunk of power. So we need to put in a platform here if we want to get across to build on the other side as well. And we need to put that there, and then so we need to blow that out, and then we can put a second water wheel. And we have a drought approaching, which means these will produce no power. So yay. But hopefully by then we will have engines that produce enough power to run enough of the industry that we don't need to have beavers working on that job. We need to prioritize getting this explosives in so we can get another water pump in here. We have so much water available here, we're just not making use of it. So yep. And if we don't need to keep putting 4 beavers into generating power, because 2 of these engines will give us enough power for most of the industry that we want to run, I think. We should be good. I'm actually considering, because I think we're resource limited, I think I'm going to pause one of the builders. And I didn't unlock it yet, did I? Oh, sin of sins. We're going to need to get a power connection across. So I guess that means we're probably going to end up deleting you and you. Let's put that in there, and then we'll reconstruct all of that, and we will get coffee going. Yep. Let's see, we have so much still to build. But you can see the way the water is naturally flowing around what we've got built. So I'm thinking it might be sensible to do that soon. We get these built. I think actually we probably need to get the high power shaft built first. I think then it would be sensible to get that levee wall built across there. To focus the water through them. I think I kind of knew that all along, so I was just fooling myself that I didn't need to do that. Just fooling myself. But it should be a pretty quick build because it's just a levee wall, you know. Right, we can start putting in some of these internal corners as well. Or external corners, I guess they are. Do that. Keep getting that built. Right, that's in, so we now don't need this path. So let's demolish that. We can demolish that. We can demolish that. We can also, you guessed it, demolish that and that. And I'm going to demolish those as well. And we're going to do levee wall like that. And then path all the way along the top of it. And that will focus the flow of water through rather than around. And the drought's just started, so we're not going to get any power out of it anyway. But we have 2 engines now, so... And thanks to smart power, they will pick up the slack of generating the power we need. So I think at that point we would be sensible to stop all of you. And we need to get some fermenters going over here. So we want fermented cassavas. Unpause you. Blow you up. To put in the power connections that we need. Go. Right, so we had food, mill press, go, platform there with a path, and then we want food, coffee brewery there. I think we want to get canola oil going and our first lot of fermented soybeans. And maybe we have the second smelter going, because metal blocks seems to be an issue. We still have a spare beaver, so let's get some explosives being made as well, hey? How about that? And in terms of the power grid, providing about half the power that we need, so we probably want to prioritize building these guys. And then let's just have a look at this. So that'll connect up to there. We need to move this path over so that I can build the next bit, which will be something like that. And there. There we go. Did they get stuff done up here? They did not yet, but that's okay because it's dried up now. So we do need bad water pumping to go ahead. 23 well-being. Very nice. Yeah. Why don't you pick up all of those gears and planks? That would be useful, wouldn't it? But yeah, this should help improve the power generation. Apart from the fact that some water will go down around this way, but we can bias that as well by putting dams across here. We'll see if we need to do that or not. A few more metal blocks to finish that one, and lots of metal blocks to finish that one. Pause that to save on power, because we are short on power. But we should now be producing more food. So, are we producing fermented soybeans? Are we not producing enough fermented soybeans? Let's have a look quickly. No, not quite. We might need a second one switched on. That's working. That's in. Actually, we probably want to take out that as well. That is prioritized because then we can put water pumps all the way along here. We didn't want to be pumping this out. During a drought. Stupid boy. Oh well. Right, those are built. Awesome. Thank you, neighbours, for doing whatever you're doing, which is incredibly noisy. I do wonder about putting more in here now that I've got this. I think until we've got power storage capacity, it's probably not worth doing. So, right, they're in. Excellent. So we've got canola and canola oil and coffee storage. We are fermenting soybeans. Brilliant. I don't think we've got fermented soybean storage that I can see. So let's make some. Nope, we didn't have. So and let's set that to supply. And then let's look under here. We want to change one of those. So dive down here. And so you're fermented cassavas. So you should be fermented soybeans. Obtain. You should all be set to obtain. You should be prioritized by haulers as well. You should be prioritized by haulers, and we also need to put water storage there. So let's do that. Water, obtain. Let's prioritize building that. Let's get over here. Let's build our extra water pump here. No. Oh. Can't have it like that. There we go. Perfect. Just have a look over here. I did do some stuff over here. I think while I was off camera, I deleted all of the warehouse cheese and put levees in platforms over here. So that doesn't use any of the vital components that we need for building things like these, so that can happen. I'm going to give that a little bit of priority so that it gets done. And 2,000 sites, well, we are a long way off of that, but we do have spare beavers, so let's increase the size of our campus and let's unpause the builders. Yeah, I am pondering putting more of those in. How are we doing for wood now? We've got engines. It's my other concern. Is now we've got engines, should I be throwing in some more forest? I think the next thing I would like to do actually is, we can probably delete all of this now, can't we? Yeah, we probably can. Yeah. And that'll give us back a ton on. I didn't mean to delete the water pump necessarily, but we don't need that there particularly. Let's put a staircase there and we can get back all of those logs as well. So you can go as well, and we join up that bit of path. And let's prioritize tidying up, because it bugs me as much as it bugs you guys. Yeah, we can then maybe just plant trees in here. It wouldn't be a bad idea. But I think I want to work on deepening this part of the watercourse. So we'll need to start stockpiling explosives, probably getting actually something we haven't put in here that we should is a centrifuge. We do not want it on never stop. Yeah, a centrifuge would be a good idea as well. We probably need to think about building another accommodation block as well, because we seem to be using all of our beavers. So yeah, can we unlock the... Oh, we're saving up for the dirt excavator, aren't we? But I think the centrifuge would be useful. We can afford a centrifuge, so let's do that. I'm not so worried about building those yet. I'd rather get you built, please. And if we get the centrifuge built, we can start making bigger explosives. I don't know how far down we can go. Not far by the looks of it, actually, because we're right at the bottom. So that's as deep as we can go. So we can only actually go one deeper here. But we should do that. We should make this deeper. We should definitely make this deeper. I can't make this any deeper then, because that is the bottom of the map. But that's okay. That's okay. Yeah, I think... So I think next time we are looking at increasing food, water, and population again. I think those are going to be the important ones for us. So I think food-wise, I'm just trying to think about the crops that these guys grow. Corn might be a good one. Maybe get some corn growing. If we can keep or hydrate this area, maybe get a corn farm going here and get a food factory in doing corn rations, because that's really good. Water pumping's easy, and then we just put in more breeding pods. And we'll need to build more housing, obviously. That's kind of what I'm thinking for the next wave of stuff. Really intrigued to see how this improves our power, and at the moment we're good for power because we've got enough engines and there's not enough beavers to run everything. So we've got a few injuries, not very much wet fur. We're not making coffee yet. We've not got enough of some of the well-being stuff. That's okay. We're not awful for well-being, and we've got a nice area we can grow in here for our industrial, and we can even go across here really, so we can do a nice big industrial area. We can do another accommodation area here. We can always expand this up if we need to. I'm really liking the idea of doing some sort of petrol power thing over here by putting the caps over this to keep these permanently open. I think that would be really cool. It's quite a lot of space here once we get dirt to make a quite long or wide meandering channel, I think. Yeah. Oh, they're up here. So I guess we could get them to... We need to delete that. We put that in. I suppose we want a lumberjack up here. You cut down some of these trees. Because they're all dead anyway. So they might as well be cut down. Anyways, how this is, we could almost drop in a water dump up here and turn this into some sort of weird raised farming plateau. Yeah. Anyway, I've been rambling for quite a long time. So, thanks for watching, guys. Hope you have enjoyed this video. I am probably going to let this run on and finish building the industrial complex between videos. And when we come back, we will look at the next stage of expansion, which I think will be food, water, and population. And then hopefully getting our dirt excavation going up here so we can think about some sort of permanent power source with a kind of meandering water wheel channel thingy. And that might mean it's actually more sensible to put dirt excavation down here for now. Maybe tuck it in the corner over here. We've probably got the spare power to do that. So maybe this is not a sensible idea. In reality, I'll have a think about that. Because if we want to completely terraform this, we don't want to be relying on it to generate the dirt. So maybe we want to be doing dirt down here. And we can just bring power up from here. So that was probably more sensible. Anyway, yeah, hope you enjoyed the video. If you did, click the like button. And I'll see you next time.